Sorry, I'm just jamming along to the intro music as it's going. Hello, everyone, and welcome to September's live stream. I think I just need a moment just to process that it is September. I don't like that one little tiny bit, and it's almost October, and that really scares me. So I wonder if anyone else is feeling the same way about that. This year has gone so fast. Like, I was literally talking about doing the live stream yesterday, and someone said, it's the live stream again? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I thought you just did that. I'm like, I know, the year is going so fast. It's absolutely bananas. So, I'm going to have to shuffle my chair over. Hello, everyone. Hopefully you're doing okay. And, yeah, it has been one of those weeks. So I might be a little bit sluggish. I might be a little bit tongue-tied. It's been one of them days. Been one of them weeks. So I'm hoping everyone else is having a good time. Let's see where everyone is from. Let's have a look. Ooh. Got Indiana, Scotland, Oregon, from the Ozark Mountains. Very cool. Also, we've got Florida, Poland, Belgium, Washington, Australia, Texas. Oh my goodness, there's so many people. I always struggle to say everywhere, because if I did, I would be here for like the entire stream saying everywhere. Burton-upon-Trent, New Mexico, Rhode Island, South Africa, Germany, Texas, Chicago, Oregon, England, Philadelphia, Cornwall. I always like seeing people from places that I know. Washington, Virginia, New Zealand, New Hampshire, Montreal, Maine, Germany, France. Got people being like, I'm excited for the fall and winter. Oh, I'm not. I'm fine from like up until maybe like the first or second week of January. I'm fine. Everything's good. Everything's great. The minute it gets past like the first week of January, I'm done. I don't like the winter one little tiny bit. So I'm honestly kind of dreading it. And we here in the UK actually haven't had much of a summer. I know that the rest of Europe has had an absolutely devastating summer in so many different places. It's been awful. We haven't really had a summer at all here. So for me, I kind of feel like we've gone straight from kind of early-ish spring straight into autumn, because we've just kind of skipped straight over summer here. So I'm sad that it's over, honestly, and I'm looking forward to Halloween. I do love the kind of spooky decorations. I love being able to drink like pumpkin spice latte. Yes, I am one of those people that will go and have a pumpkin spice latte. I think it's really nice. So yes, as always, the streams are here so that anyone can ask questions about witchcraft paganism. If they just want to have a chat about a subject, feel free to do that. And I will try to answer as many questions as I can, but also so many of my lovely viewers in the chat also know a lot about witchcraft, and they also often help in answering questions as well. So if you want to ask a question to the community, to me, feel free to do that, as long as it's respectful to everyone. You're golden. I want to say a massive thank you to all of my mods as well. They massively keep these streams going. I cannot read every single comment as it comes in. I'm often really far behind. So the mods help keep everyone safe. And so please be nice to them. Please support them. They do this with their free time. So just be kind. So yeah. I'm going to go back up to the top again. I'm going to try and answer as many questions as I can. Do be mindful, though, that I am working chronologically. So if I haven't got to a question yet, please don't spam the comments with the same question, because I'm just going to see it like 100 times in quick succession, but it's not going to help me answer it any faster. It's just going to annoy everyone else in the stream. And also, there are instances where I will not answer a question, and it's usually because, and I will usually tell you why, either I don't know the answer, or I've already done a video on the subject, and so I'll try to direct you towards the video. Sometimes the chat will also jump, and I do lose messages when the chat does that, so I'm really sorry if your message gets caught up in all of that. I will let you know when it's jumped, and you might recognize if your question has kind of been eaten by the chat. But yeah, otherwise it could be because I've already answered it in the live stream and I don't want to repeat it. So there are just a few reasons why I might not, but I do try God, I need to learn to breathe when I'm talking to go through as many questions as I can. So, with that being said, I am going to scroll all the way up to the start again, and let's see what today's live stream brings. For anyone who is celebrating the autumn equinox, we do have only a few days to go. I was going to say we don't have much time, it's only in a few days, and I just merged it into we don't have 2 days. Like that's not what I'm going to say. And if you are celebrating the Mabon season, then it is upon us, which is exciting. This year, for whatever reason, Mabon has been like a really influential time for me. It usually isn't. Usually I forget about it, but this year, so let me know as well what kind of things you are doing for your Mabon celebrations this time, or your autumn equinox celebrations. Do let us know. I might not necessarily read them all out, but I'll definitely read them as I go down. So, up to the top again before I keep talking unnecessarily. Right. So the first question is actually about a topic that I feel like I should maybe do a video on, but I'm not sure. And it is, how do you basically just express your magical practice? How do you open yourself up to talking about it, to sharing your magical practice, instead of keeping it as a very private, secretive thing? And this can be incredibly difficult. And I know this from experience, that kind of being open about that practice is a massive step, whether that is just for yourself, whether that is talking to your family members, talking to your friends. Maybe it's even introducing that into your dating life, your close personal romantic relationships. Maybe it's introducing it to your workplace and making people known about your practice. That can be really, really scary. And my answer to how to go about doing that is very different depending on circumstances, and that's why this answer is a little convoluted. So the first thing that I feel needs to be addressed is if someone is a minor or whether they are an adult, they are of age. When I mean minor, I always get Americans thinking I mean like someone who's working in the mines. I think it's just the way I say the word. What I mean is someone who is not of age, so they are technically not a legal adult. If someone is a minor and they are wanting to be open about their magical practice, it's going to depend very much on circumstances. So if you have family members that are not accepting of your practice and it runs a risk to your safety, not just your physical safety, but also your psychological, your emotional safety, if you risk having a place to stay at night or having people supporting you or financially helping you in a way that you need if you are a minor, then it is something that I would say try as best as you can to practice it in as safe and as private a way as you can, and then share it with your family members once you are of age, because that way, if they end up not liking it at that point, there isn't really anything that they can do. It might be a personal preference of theirs, but it isn't something that they can then put on you. Whereas if you are a minor, depending on where you are in the world, your parents essentially have control over your religious expression, essentially, and also control over so many aspects of your life that might put you in harm's way. Now, of course, not everyone's family situation is like that. That is going to be very dependent on circumstances. That is just something I'll say if you are in this kind of fraught relationship when it comes to your religion or your just magical practice. If you are, however, in a situation where you are more able to be open about it, perhaps you do have family members who are more accepting, perhaps you've got friends that are more accepting, perhaps you are an adult and you are able to freely share it without the same risks that you would maybe have if you were a child, then I'd say it's all about starting with a little bit of education. So oftentimes people are scared of something because they don't fully understand it. The reason people might respond negatively is because it's something that is different, and different for a lot of people means bad, when in reality different just means different. It's something that they aren't used to experiencing. So I would start slowly sprinkling bits in here or there, bring up a certain topic. Perhaps if it's, for instance, the autumn equinox, you might just bring that up in conversation. Just say, hey, this cool thing's happening today. And then people will kind of start thinking, was that just a niche bit of information or was that something else? And then slowly but surely you can kind of test the waters to see how comfortable individual people are within your lives, and then start expressing more and more and more of that, always having this information, this education on the back burner in case you need it. Because, for instance, I wear, well, not that you can see it, it's down here, I wear a pentacle necklace every single day, and I often get people asking me what it is. And usually that what it is toned with a little bit of fear sometimes. And so it's always good just to have that bit of information about it, to be like, oh, well, this is what it means, just to kind of take the edge off it for people who are maybe basing their fear in a lack of information. And then it is also important, I know I've been going on this question for quite a while, to make sure that, especially in like work environments, that you are going to keep yourself and your stability at the forefront. It is much better for you to have a stable and safe work environment, home environment, relationship, than it is possibly to share your practice. And so if you feel like your job might be at risk because of your practice, it's better to keep that in, at least for now, until you can find a better environment and then coming out from it. Honestly, that's probably the best advice I can give, but you'll find a lot of people will have certain areas of their life where they aren't super open about it and where they keep it more private, and then there are other areas where they might be 100% open about their magical practice, and that's going to look very different for everybody. And so don't base your magical practice and your ability and comfort level to be open about it based on someone else's, because my circumstance is going to be different than someone else's, it's going to be different from yours, and so it's going to depend on circumstances and also where you are. That was a very long answer to a question, but I hope that did answer it, at least somewhat. Where was I? Oh, here we go. This one's interesting. Oh, hi Hearth, I absolutely love your live streams. Oh, thank you so much. When astral traveling, how do you control the realm you travel to? Any information would be so appreciated. So for me, and this is only my experience, it's definitely not going to apply to everyone, but I find it depends on the depth that I go into it. So I will find that if I am wanting to go further into it, maybe go into the astral plane instead of staying around here. So the best way I can describe it is that there is kind of partial astral travel, and that is where I will be out of my body, but I will still be in the same area. So when I was a kid, I used to do this quite a lot. I would be astral traveling, I would still be in my bed, but I would go downstairs and I would watch TV with everyone that was watching TV, but I wasn't physically watching TV. It was my astral form that was watching TV while I was upstairs, and then I would come back and join back up again. So that's what I would consider to be a partial separation, where I have technically separated my astral from my physical, but I've not gone all the way somewhere else. I'm kind of halfway. I find this happens on short-term astral travel, or when I'm not fully invested in it, or perhaps I've specifically targeted it. Whereas another form of astral travel is what I would consider full astral travel. That doesn't make it any more valid, it just means that you're going further, where you are traveling to a different plane in a different way. It's not our plane, it is a separate plane, and they're everything there. I'm really struggling to try to put this into words. So this plane is spirit based. It isn't a physical plane that we are just residing in as spirit. Everything there, at least in my experience, is spirit. And that's where we can encounter other people who are astral traveling, other spirits that reside permanently in the astral plane. And I end up there when I'm doing a more intensive astral travel. So if I'm spending more time in the astral plane, I will end up in this spiritual level rather than just wandering around as spirit in the physical, mundane world. And it's very difficult to explain, honestly. I'm finding it really hard. If you haven't experienced it yourself, then it's something that's really hard to kind of put words to. But how I reach each is if I wanted to do what I would consider a partial travel, so I wanted to learn information, for instance, that was about something in the physical world. I wanted to watch something happen, I wanted to see somebody, visit somebody, make sure someone's okay, then I would be, as I'm getting into that state in order to astral travel, as I am lying in bed, planning it out, I would be thinking of my goal, thinking of my destination. And then when you do come out of your body, that is where you're heading to, because that is that intention that you've set, that very purposeful goal. And so you would then go to carry that out. If I set the intention that I want to gain information from spirit, so I want to go into the spiritual astral plane and I want to commune with my servitor, for instance, then that is the goal that I set when I'm entering into that astral projection state. So when I'm preparing it, where I'm lying in bed and I am setting that intention, that is my intention, to go to the astral plane, to commune with this spirit, that spirit, the other spirit, just to spend some time there, all of that stuff. Now, if I haven't set any kind of intention, I find then it entirely depends on how deep I'm wanting to go. So if I'm only spending maybe 10, 20 minutes astral projecting, I will typically only get part way. If I want to spend more like 4 or 5 hours astral projecting, then I'm more likely to go further. And so you'll likely find that you might default one way or the other. So if I've done a video on this, are you astral projecting or are you dreaming? You may find that in your accidental astral projection state, you will end up in the astral plane. Other people will end up out of their physical body, but in kind of the mundane plane. And that's almost like your default response as to where you go. And then you can really plan around that based on what you need. So if you automatically by default go to the astral plane, but maybe instead you want to observe something that's happening in the physical world, you're going to have to make a purposeful intention change to go to the physical plane and vice versa, depending on circumstances. Honestly, this is one of those that's really hard for me to explain unless you experience it. If anyone has their own experiences with this, feel free to put it in the chat. I would love to know. But it is one of those really hard to explain topics because the feeling and the experiences is just so unfathomable is the best way I can describe it. It's one of them where when you're there, you get it. But otherwise it might just be really confusing. So I did not see these a minute ago, so I will say these now. Thank you so much to Evelyn, happy Mabon, and also to Karen. Thank you so much, and happy Mabon to you too. So I did get one question about what is Mabon. So Mabon is a celebration that happens around the 21st to the 23rd of September. And I have several videos on the subject if you would like to check it out. And it's a celebration that has an interesting history. I actually wrote some notes specifically for this because I haven't mentioned this before, but I really wanted to just touch on it really briefly. So Mabon is one of the Wheel of the Year. So it's one of the celebrations that fall in what is known as kind of the neo-pagan calendar. And some of these celebrations are based on earlier celebrations, and others are more potentially modern in nature. So Mabon is often considered to be a development on the Autumn Equinox. Now the equinox this year is happening on the 23rd, so Saturday the 23rd is the official date, as far as I'm aware, of the Autumn Equinox, but it actually has nothing to do with Mabon. So Mabon is actually, as far as I'm aware, part of Welsh mythology. Susan's actually said this here, yeah. Mabon is a figure from Welsh mythology. We actually don't know if there's any connection at all historically to the Autumn Equinox, and more than likely there probably isn't. So from what I have here, and it's a bit of research that I've done, is that the name Mabon was actually created by a gentleman called Aidan Kelly. At least I'm hoping it's a gentleman. I apologise profusely if it's not. And in around the 1970s, he was essentially tasked in creating a neo-pagan calendar of celebrations. And when doing so, he coined the term Mabon, and it was believed to connect to the Welsh deity or Welsh figure Mabon as a way of giving the celebration a little bit more integrity and a little bit more history behind it than perhaps it does, because ultimately we don't know how many of the Wheel of the Year celebrations are really ancient in the way that they are seen today. So all of the celebrations within the Wheel of the Year have been likely heavily adapted. In some cases, they might be what's the term that I used earlier? Reconstructions of possible earlier celebrations, but not all of them have really deep, continuous ties. So a lot of the celebrations that we practice today are actually reconstructions of believed celebrations with new additions and everything added onto it. So it's interesting because some people do think that all of the celebrations have really ancient history to them, and some of them don't quite have the same. So we know that we know that the summer solstice and the winter solstice have been highly celebrated, and we do know that there are many, many celebrations worldwide that do occur around the time of the autumn equinox. Whether Mabon is actually that ancient, we aren't sure, and we also don't think that the name Mabon is particularly ancient. I think it was published in a book. I actually wrote it down. I've never read myself the book, but it is called Crafting the Art of Magic, and that, I believe, is the first book that mentions the term Mabon being used. So I didn't include that in the original video that I did, mostly because that was about celebrating these neo-pagan celebrations as neo-pagan celebrations. But yeah, that is just an interesting tidbit of information in there, and it really does show that at some point all of these celebrations were created. Even the really ancient ones were started by somebody, and we are still making celebrations to this day. And personally, I don't think that necessarily takes away anything from the celebration. To me, it is just a newer adaptation on other celebrations and possibly older celebrations. So yeah, I do have a video that does go over different crystals. I'm pretty certain there's crystals in the original one that I did, as well as herbs, different celebrations that you can carry out, things that you can do. And you can do these for Mabon, or you can do them for specifically the autumn equinox, depending on what you feel particularly drawn to. So yeah, I just thought I'd throw that in there, considering this was a Mabon Witchcraft Q&A. I thought a little bit of Mabon information could be useful. But yeah, it's worth checking it out for yourself, because there's several other celebrations actually that are believed to have been coined by different people that actually don't have an ancient history like it is perhaps perceived that they do, which I think is really cool. I mean, other people might hate it, but I think it's cool. So here we go. Who would I worship if I want to practice glamour magic? I heard Cirque and Morgan, I keep trying to call it Morgana Le Fay, but it's not, it's Morgan Le Fay, are good at it. So when it comes to practicing any kind of magic, you don't have to worship, follow, revere, or really work with any kind of deity in any way. You can practice really any form of magic without any kind of deity association. And if anything, I'd say that if anything, you probably should be starting without working with any kind of deity figures to figure out your own style, whether this is a form of magic that even really clicks for you. And you might find that along the way, if it is a form of magic that is really automatic, maybe it's really deeply connected to you, that you will have deities, gods and goddesses coming forwards, wanting to form a connection with you and going about it that way. We can just immediately start by working with a deity if we would like to, but it's important to remember that that deity doesn't have to push back. So working with deities really is like a two-way push. You can reach out and reach out and reach out to a deity, but there is no guarantee that that deity will want to push back again. So it is important just to bear that in mind. It's why I always think it's good to start with your own energy work, start with your own spell work, ritual and practice, and then add in any deities after the fact if that's what you would like to do, because there's no guarantee if you push that they will push back again. These two figures in particular, I don't have a great deal of information on myself because I do not follow these two figures. I do know some of Morgan Le Fay's myth and legend within the Arthurian tradition, but not much more beyond that. So I think it would be worth, if you're interested in working with them, to do a lot of research on their mythology, their folklore, why they are connected to different aspects of witchcraft, what it is that really draws them into glamour magic, and then see at the end of it if you have anyone reaching out to you, because you often find that deities, gods, goddesses, however you want to refer to them, are often more drawn to people who are willing to put the effort in and learn and do the research about them, learn about the stories, the mythology, than someone who is wanting to form a connection from scratch, just like with no basis at all. So that could be a good place to start, and then you can decide if that's something that you want to continue pursuing. Is that a relationship you want to form? Or perhaps were their stories just really interesting and inspiring? So, where was I? I was here, I think. Oh, here we go. So this one, I'm not going to answer necessarily super intensely in this, mostly because I have videos on the subject, but happy Mabon, everyone. I hope you're all well. My question is, how can I celebrate Mabon and just in general all of the Sabbats if I can't have an altar up? So I have videos on all of the Sabbats. I actually think I have double videos. So I have an older set of videos and then a newer set of videos. And I'm also releasing almost every single Sabbat celebrations that I am carrying out. So I've posted just last week was it last week or was it earlier this week? No, it was last week. A video about my Mabon celebrations and what I'm going to be doing. So for me this year, I am going to be doing technically I've already done it, a gratitude thanks ritual where I am giving thanks to my deities and all my spirits that are around me. This kind of ritual doesn't need an altar space. I'm doing it on an altar because it's easier for me to show everyone, but you can just do this on a little side table, a coffee table, as long as there's nothing above it or around it that's going to be damaged or potentially set alight by the flames. You can do this on really any surface that's safe, so it doesn't require an altar. I'm then also doing a kind of dualistic balancing ritual where I am setting intentions, things that I want to attract in, things that I want to remove, and then I am setting them alight on 2 different candles so that that energy can be released. The energy of the negative intentions being destroyed then assists in fueling all of the positive intentions, and then I'm using some water magic in there as well to kind of balance everything out. So they're just a few of the things that I'm doing. You can also do different Sabbat divinations. Oh, my shirt strap is there. Different Sabbat divinations, if that's something that you are inclined to do. Honestly, there's so many options. There's different meditations, different mindfulness things. You can just listen to some music to celebrate the Sabbat, just get out into nature, just reconnect with the earth. Depending on the Sabbat celebration as well, you also have specific celestial events. So for instance, the summer and winter sunrises and sunsets are often really significant. And so if all you can do is just be present during that day and just experience the aspects of the day that are significant to that Sabbat, then that is really, really powerful. So for instance, around Ostara, you might want to just get outside and see nature kind of coming back again, starting to bloom. If it is Samhain, for instance, you might want to just take part in some Halloween celebrations, maybe carve a pumpkin or have pumpkin soup or something that you feel connects you with that celebration, and you don't need any kind of altar spaces for that. You can just do it with your own expression, just getting out into nature or listening to music or something of the like. But yeah, I do have those the videos are all listed on my channel if that's something you want to check out for each Sabbat in turn. So, where was I? I was here. So, I'm going on holiday in a few weeks and was wondering how I can practice while I'm staying in a hotel. I usually use candles, so I'm looking for suggestions on what I can use instead. This is probably not going to be the answer that you want. I will give 2 answers. One is probably not going to be the answer you want, and the other one is probably going to be more useful. So the first one is mostly that you don't need to, really. I mean, if you're going on holiday, it might be a really good time to just rest and recharge and just allow yourself a little bit of a break. Maybe learn some more magical tradition or magical practice, take a book with you, listen to an audiobook, or just do some meditation, some mindfulness, just to kind of help you energetically. That way, instead of having to do magical practice in hotels, if that is something that feels like it could be useful. I mean, that's what I typically do. I will not practice when I'm away simply because it gives me that little bit of time just to rest, recharge, do other things that maybe I wouldn't do if I were practicing. And then the other way of this is to try some different techniques than maybe you're used to. So instead of using fire or candles of any kind, you could try techniques that are maybe more suited to where you're going. Obviously, I don't know where that is. You don't need to tell me. But if you are going to the beach, for instance, maybe try testing out some sea witchcraft like writing sigils in the sand and allowing the tide to wash them away, to charge them, or utilizing different energies and spirits that you are sensing as you are around. Maybe work with a different element. So if the water is something you're not used to working with, giving that a go. You can also do more pre-charged working, so you can take, for instance, some crystals with you or some items that you've already pre-charged with purpose, maybe with your candles, so that then you can then utilize them when you are away. Spell bags are really good for this, sigils are really good for this. Just general pure energy work is really effective for this, as it means that you can take it anywhere and you don't have to worry about getting things through airports and all of that kind of stuff. So those are probably the best options that I can give in regard to that. Personally, I tend to just use my holidays as just like chill time. I will read a book, maybe listen to a podcast or two, and just kind of separate myself a little bit from my magical practice. And I find that when I get back, I'm so excited to work again that it's like a fresh start in a way. So before I forget, I will do these. Thank you so much, Meredith. Your videos have helped me more than I can say. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. That genuinely means so much to me. I don't want to read it all out in case that's not something you feel comfortable with, but I know it's in the chat, but like there's a difference between the chat and then me saying it. Thank you so much, genuinely. That means a lot to me, and I'm really glad that I've able to help in even a tiny way for your magical practice. And then thank you so much to Wednesday's World as well. Thank you so much. Have you ever used Cornucopia magic? Do you have any info on it? I actually have not used a cornucopia in my magic at all, but I know that people do use them for this kind of magnification effect, at least if it's what I'm thinking of. To me, a cornucopia is like almost like a horn. They're like horns that people would put like fruits in, right? I feel like that's not a cornucopia because I've overthought it, but that is what I see a cornucopia as being. And so I would personally use them for this amplification, and if a cornucopia is what I'm imagining, then other people use them for magnification too. And also people can use them as a way of giving offerings and then gaining abundance and multiplying positive things in return because of that symbolism of it going from like the small to the big. Honestly, they're just a really good symbol of abundance and prosperity and growth and fertility, not necessarily with children, but just fertility of anything. Like a great deal of anything is kind of that symbol, and that's why they're so closely associated with Lammas and Mabon, is because of that like deep connection with the harvest and abundance and fruitfulness and all of that kind of stuff. So I'm sorry I can't give any more information on that, but that is what I would use it for, and I know that people do use them for that kind of abundant prosperity aspect. So I was so close to the top, I'm worried it's going to jump, so I'm really gonna have to move quickly so that I don't lose anything. Let's see. When did you decide to start your practice, and what led you to do that type of witchcraft? So honestly, it's hard for me to even say what caused me to start witchcraft because it wasn't necessarily something I chose. Instead, it was something that I was already doing, and then I realized that I was practicing. Well, at the time, I thought I was practicing Wicca because that was what I read in a book that I found in the library, and it was only later that I realized that Wicca and witchcraft were not necessarily the same thing, and that I was actually practicing more witchcraft than I was Wicca. So essentially, I just kind of started manifesting things. I always referred to it as force of will magic. And by that, I mean, I didn't intentionally set about to do magic. It was just something that I found happening when I had really strong emotions and a really specific goal in mind. So if I really wanted to achieve something, I wanted to achieve it so bad. It was all I could think about. Things would start lining up in weird, coincidental ways, and it got to the point where I could no longer consider it a coincidence. I was seeing spirits and land spirits, and I don't even know what they are to this day. I still don't know what they are. They were these like, I still see them sometimes. They're like soot balls from Spirited Away. Those little like fluffy black things that like take the stars. They were like bigger versions of that, maybe like this big. and they would be like all over the floor and like running over your feet and like bumping into you, and I would see them all the time. And I still don't know what classification of spirit they are, but I know that they are a spirit in some form. I would see those a lot, and it was only when I went to the library and I found a book that I realised, oh, oh, well, this makes total sense now. And I started going down that path, learning more, getting more books from the library, and then I found a bunch of forums on the internet. When forums were still a big thing, they aren't so much a thing anymore, I found. And I started getting information from them as well. Now, when I started going down the Hearth Witchcraft path, came specifically after I read a book by Anna Franklin called Hearth Witch. And, Hearth Witchcraft. Is it called Hearth Witchcraft or Hearth Witch? I'm actually not sure. It's on my bookshelf behind me. And she, as far as I'm aware, is the first person to ever use the term Hearth Witchcraft. It was not coined before that point. And when I read that book, everything just kind of clicked into place. And I was like, oh, that makes total sense. That's exactly what I feel drawn to practice, was all spelled out in this book. And before that point, I'd bounced from one thing to another. And so that was really kind of when it clicked that that was the form of practice that was right for me, and it's been that way ever since. And obviously things do change and adapt, and I might add things and take things away, but ultimately that is the majority of my practice. It falls under Hearth Witchcraft. So, let's see where I was. Oh, here we go. Now, I have already answered this one before, so I'm not going to spend too much time on it. But what are your thoughts on Ouija boards? I've just had an itch for a long time to get one, and I'm a beginner, so I still need to learn the basics before I use it. But everyone says, that's where it gets cut off. Here we go. It's so dangerous, and there are a lot of scary experiences I'm reading on it. So, Ouija boards. Let's talk about it real briefly. I do talk about it quite a lot in almost every single live stream, so I'm not going to go too much into this. But they are a tool. That's all they are, is a tool. And so I find a lot of people within the magical community have a lot of fear mongering, and I don't blame them for doing it, because obviously bad things can happen, but I feel like it's unfairly attached onto a Ouija board, when in reality you can have the same negative experiences from any kind of spirit interaction. So whether you are using a pendulum, you might be using cards, but especially when we're doing any kind of divination or kind of requesting aid from spirits that involves them to physically interact with us, such as table tipping, as using a Ouija board, spirit board, angel board, whatever it is you want to call it, it's all the same thing. Or whether you are using something like a pendulum and a piece of paper with letters on it, doesn't matter the variety, they all have the same kind of hazard, because you are permitting a spirit to physically interact with you. And I know that some people say that, oh, but the spirit isn't interacting with you, it's interacting with the planchette. But more often than not, that planchette will not move unless some human is touching it. And so it is that requirement of that human contact. The spirit then will work through you and through your hands to be able to move the planchette, the glass, the table, whatever it is that you're using around that board. And so I think that Ouija boards get an unfair reputation, mostly because of movies. And I do find that happens quite often when we see something in a movie, especially a horror movie, like dolls. Cursed dolls were a thing for a while, haunted dolls. It has a tendency to scare people, and then they take the fear that they felt in that movie and they translate it into the physical world. So when we're using any kind of spirit communication tool, it's important that we have certain protections. I would recommend bare minimum some personal protection of some kind. This could be something like a piece of jewelry, it could be a stone that you are carrying with you, it could be herbs that you're carrying with you that have specifically been charged for protection. So for stones, I would typically recommend obsidian. That's probably my favorite for protection, or snowflake obsidian. You can also use charged quartz, smoky quartz. These kind of things are good for protection. And then for herbs, I will often use things like nettles, dried nettles, though they're less likely to sting you, as well as any kind of thorns, like rose thorns I find to be particularly useful, blackberry leaves, as well as blackberry thorns, like bramble thorns are really good as well as that kind of protective agent, charged with energy and then carried on your person. That's a really, really bare, basic form of protection, but it just gives that additional edge, that additional benefit, so that when you are working with some kind of spirit communication device, whatever it might be, you do have that extra level of protection. The other one that I would say that's important to mention is it is much better to be communicating, especially to start off with, in a home or in a space with protections. So if I know, for instance, that my house is protected, if I were to bring a Ouija board into my home, then I know that not only do I have personal protections, I also have my house protections. And those house protections are going to limit who is able to enter into that space to commune through the board. The board, although some people say they act as portals to hell and all these kind of places, in my experience and with the people that I know personally, the board essentially allows spirits in the vicinity to communicate through the board. And so if you have protections on a space, those spirits that are potentially harmful are not going to be able to get into that location without some serious force. So it does give you a little bit more protection in that regard. And also if you're working with other people who are at least a little bit more experienced, it does give you a little bit more protection with that as well. When it comes to working with any kind of spirit communication, you will find that some people have the most horrific experiences, and they are usually the ones that will speak about something the loudest. So I recently have heard about a really horrible Ouija board experience that someone has had, someone that I don't know personally, but a friend of a friend has had. And while that experience really, really sucks, and I feel bad that they've experienced that, those negative experiences are not everyone's experiences. And if we're using any kind of spirit communication, you just have to go in kind of carefully and kind of cautious. And I know I said that I was only going to talk about that briefly, and I did what I always do. And I talk about something for ages, but here we are. Welcome to one of my live streams where I don't stop talking for like 4 hours. And one thing people forget, actually, people always say to me, like, your streams are so long, I can't watch them all. Honestly, you might need to just pause and come back. Like, when it gets posted on my channel afterwards, feel free to just pause them and then come back at a later point when you're cleaning again. I find a lot of people watch the streams when they clean, and if I can help them in some way with their cleaning, then all the better. So, I know it's going to jump soon, and I don't want to lose too much stuff. So, instead of salt, what environmentally friendly herb or anything can I use for protection for outside rituals? Personally, I wouldn't use any. I would just use energy. That's what I've only ever used for outside rituals, yes, is just energy, because it's just far cleaner, it's far quicker, it's far safer to animals, to pets. I know that pets are technically animals, but I meant like wildlife, to pets, and also to just the natural environment as well. So the reason we can't use salt, for anyone who's wondering, is that salt kills the earth. And so if we were to create a circle out of salt, it essentially stops anything from growing in the area that we've put that salt, because we've just added far too much of certain things into the soil, and it just stops things from growing effectively. And so it's just not a good idea to put salt on the earth. You can use other plants, like you could use like powdered nettle, for instance. That's something that I use quite a lot in my practice. But generally speaking, I'd say the quickest, easiest, safest, simplest technique is to use your energy. That could be a coven's energy, that could just be your own personal energy. And then if you wanted to, you can use just some small stones to mark the edge of that circle, so that then when you're doing your rituals, you aren't going to accidentally end up outside of that circle. So if that's something you want to do, then that is a good option. That's the way I've always done it, is just to use my own energy. It's also just easier because if at any point you have to leave that space quickly, or really if you have to leave that space at all, then it's easier to just go, okay, that's it, circle over, ritual is done, the circle is coming down, I don't have to think about it anymore then. Whereas if you're putting something outside, say in a public space, you run the risk of people finding it, people raising questions, people then go to the council, and before you know it, you've got like a ban on any ceremonies happening in outside spaces, which is why I typically just use energy. It's also just quicker if you need to leave quickly. You don't have to worry about like dispersing it or anything. So Oh, do you have any book recommendations regarding hand fastings? I actually don't have any book recommendations, but if you are kind of interested in learning more about that, I would recommend finding someone who is legally permitted to carry out hand fastings, and their websites usually have a great deal of information on them regarding that. I will just actually check. I have a lady that I follow who does hand fastings, and I just want to know. So here we go. So this is maybe a good website to go to. This lady, Kat Treadwell, by the way, she's absolutely phenomenal. She's one of the loveliest, kindest ladies that you will ever meet. So this is the page, and they specifically do kind of hand fastings. I think they also do like end of life stuff as well, that kind of a little bit how you would maybe have like a priest come in at the end of someone's life. People who do hand fastings will often do things like that as well. It's kind of a two-way street with that. So I'm not saying that this is the only person to do this, but they do have information on their page regarding hand fastings from someone who actually performs hand fastings. So I thought that might be quite useful. Here we go. Oh my goodness, I am not going to be able to say your full username, I don't think, but thank you so much to Watson Cook. I hope that that's good enough. Thanks for always answering. For those who are still secretive, have an annual fall opening. Oh, that's a great idea. That's a really good idea. Like, this is a great way of also like keeping things secretive if you're in an area where you can't be public about coven meetings, things like that. You can basically just have a party that's just like welcoming in autumn/fall, depending on where you live. That's a really good idea. Okay. I'm going to go to where I was again, and hopefully I don't lose too much chat in a minute. I know it's going to happen. Here we go. Do you think climate change has affected your witchcraft practice at all? I don't necessarily think I can blame climate change as a whole. I have just found, though, that the altering weather that we've been getting has really thrown off some aspects of my practice. So I used to be a storm witch. I would do all of my workings when it was a thunderstorm. I loved doing it. I still love doing it. It's one of my favorite forms of practice. But the problem I had was, over the years of me being a storm witch, we would have fewer and fewer and fewer storms. We would just have less of that suitable storm weather. If you get storms, you know the kind of weather I mean. It has to be kind of like hot and humid for a certain amount of time, and then you get a thunderstorm like every night. It's like that, and it was amazing. It meant I could do so many storms, but as time went on, I found that it just wasn't, we weren't getting that weather consistently anymore. We were getting like either really, really, really hot weather, or we weren't getting any summer at all, and it kind of just killed all of the storms. I think this year we've had maybe 4 days of storms in the last year, which isn't enough for me to continue a storm witch practice, which is why ultimately, one of the many reasons why ultimately I changed away from it, which is honestly a real shame, because I love that style of practice. I would 100% want to go back to it again, but it just isn't consistent enough. I need to be able to practice more than 4 times a year, and you also can't predict it either. So even when it says that it's going to storm, there's no guarantee that it ever actually will. I'm wondering what books you'd recommend for connecting to land spirits as a beginner. Honestly, this is probably not a great answer for you, but I wouldn't. Mostly because, not because you can't do it as a beginner, by the way, not for that reason, but because land spirits are so individual to every place. And so even if there were to be a book specifically on connecting with land spirits, there's lots of books out there that kind of touch on it really briefly, but no one can tell you exactly how to work with land spirits in your area unless they themselves are specifically in your area. And so it's one of those things where I wouldn't necessarily say that any book is going to be great for connecting with land spirits besides just your own experiences. And so for me, when it comes to connecting with land spirits, it's about spending time on the land. It's about spending time in nature, being present, not distracted, not on your phone, not listening to music, just being present. And even if that means for just 2 minutes, 5 minutes, you can extend it up to several hours if that's what you want to do, doing meditations outside, whatever it is you've got access to. That's a great way, and probably the best way, of connecting to land spirits. You'll get a feel of it, you'll get a feel of the energy as it shifts and changes throughout the year, and you'll probably also find that you connect with nature spirits in the process, so that you might find that you gain more information about land spirits from the nature spirits, the plant spirits that you start communing with, and just spending time around. And that is the best way I have found of connecting with land spirits. No book has ever been able to give me any information that is better than that, because that's not me saying that I have the best information, by the way. That's just me saying that I have not found a book that has super useful information for me in it in that regard, simply because every land spirit is different. I have met land spirits that are nasty, like real nasty, and they're often nasty because of things that are happening on their patch, in their literal world. They're having horrible things happen, and so you'll find that the land spirits will act accordingly. And then I've met other land spirits that are sweet as angels. Well, sweet is what I would refer to as an angel in just like terms, not like actual angels. And they're just absolutely lovely. And depending on where you are, and especially in certain parts of the world where some horrific things have happened to the land and just to the environment as a whole, I find that it can be tricky, and just following a book word for word when it comes to working with land spirits might not always be suitable. So it's always worth coming in to a space, being very open-minded, but also accepting that the spirits that are there might not necessarily want to connect with you instantaneously or at all. Or if they do, it's going to take some time to build up trust, to learn that you also aren't going to harm that place as people before have done. So, where was I? Have you ever wanted to try alchemy? It is something that has always, It is something that has always really intrigued me, but I don't necessarily know if it's anything that I've wanted to carry out myself. I think it's definitely one of those things I'm more interested in learning about in a textbook than in actual practice, but I know of people who do practice it themselves and very much enjoy practicing it themselves. I just don't know if it's necessarily for me. Although I do have that kind of like lab work, sciencey background, it isn't necessarily something I enjoyed. I did it because I needed to do it, not because I necessarily enjoyed to do it. For me, I'm more into the plants and the sitting in nature and that kind of aspect rather than alchemy, but it is a really cool subject. How can I overlook words? Wow, I just merged 2 sentences together. How can I overcome doubt in my skills, especially when it comes to divination and tarot? And what are your thoughts on animal sacrifices for deities? So I'm going to start with the latter half first, otherwise I'll probably forget about it. But when it comes to animal sacrifices for deities, I think it's important to remember that not everyone's religion, culture, tradition is the same. And so I'm not going to be one to say that the people who do animal sacrifices shouldn't, because that's not my tradition, that's not my culture, that's not my religion, that's not my background. And so I think it's a very fine line that needs to be walked between personal choice and demonizing. Is vilifying the right word? I had that word in my head, I'm not sure if it's even right, but we can't shame other people for practicing something differently than we do, because it's a completely different spirituality, culture, religion, folklore, background, everything. And so for me, I wouldn't personally. And I think everyone can choose to make that decision for themselves. And obviously laws in different places are very much going to determine that as well. Personally, I would not do anything like that in my practice, and I would not recommend anyone to necessarily do that unless they are of a practice that very specifically discusses it and carries that out, and it's done so for a set reason, usually in very set ways. If you do want to give something to deities, a sacrifice can be so many things. Sacrifice is usually something of value, of significance, and so that could be your last cookie, You've wanted this cookie all day. You've been dreaming about it every second of every hour while you've been sitting at your desk, and all you want is this cookie. And then you think to yourself, well, actually, I really wanted to give thanks to my deity today. And honestly, the most significant offering that you could give, if all you've been thinking about all day is that cookie, is to give the cookie, because that is something that is really significant. It's of value to you. If you really find it hard to make time, like time is not something that you have a lot of, to sit and spend a few minutes in silent offering to your deity at an altar, or even just sitting on your bed, that's really significant as a sacrifice, because you have taken 2 minutes and you have given it to a deity, to a spirit, to an ancestor, instead of using it for something that you could have used it for. That is significant. That is a sacrifice. You can take a candle, for instance, and burn a candle. You are sacrificing, you are giving away. You cannot use that candle once it's gone. You are giving that candle to spirit, to ancestor, to deity, and that is a sacrifice. So there's so many options out there, but what I won't do is, I'm going to use the word vilify. I'm not sure if it's right, but what I won't do is that shame, berate, vilify, be negative towards people whose practices are not mine and are very different. And I think it's important to not overstep that line. You know, there's personal preference and then the shaming, and they are two very different things that can sometimes kind of slide into one another a little bit. In regard to the other half of the question, which is how can you overcome doubt and skill, especially when it comes to tarot? My biggest piece of advice is never judge a reading the moment you do that reading. So take a notebook. It can be a fancy notebook. It can be a plain notebook, whatever it is that you have. You can just have pieces of paper if you want, as long as you keep them safe, that's fine. You can do it on a phone, whatever you fancy, really. And when you do that reading, note down the date, note down what the reading was for, note down the spread that you used, if you used a particular spread, a deck of cards, if you used a particular deck of cards, write down each card that you've drawn, the placement of that card, and then the meaning of each individual card. Once you've done that, have a section at the bottom where you write down the collective meaning of that card, because to read tarot, it is not just about having this card means this, and therefore this card means this, and then this card means this. To read cards is to fluidly blend all of these card meanings together in a cohesive answer that relates to the question. And so have every card written down and then that collective fluid answer that relates to every single card. See if at the bottom you have any significant things that came out to you, any pictures that drew out, colors, symbols, anything that really called for you. Maybe it was a particular suit that came out every time. Maybe it was the cups that came out in every single card. That's significant. Write that down. Once that's down, just close it. Close that book, sort the cards away, do something else, think of something else. In about a week, maybe 2, come back to that book, look over that reading and see if it holds meaning and significance. And you will usually find, at least I have, that when you come back, even if that reading was absolutely useless at the minute you did it, in a few weeks' time, light will be shed on that situation, and you might find that everything in that reading held a lot more significance than you thought it did. And it's this idea of we can't jump the gun on it. So it's so easy when we draw the cards to go, oh, this is strange. This holds no significance at all to me. I'm useless at this. I can't do this. Card reading isn't for me. But what we maybe don't see is that when we are reading for things that are still yet to come. And so while things can change, alter, and almost eradicate our original reading, things can also line up to make that reading make sense. So always look back on your readings instead of trying to fathom them at the time, because usually they're going to hold more meaning and significance. And also over time, your readings are going to improve. So I found that if there's a particular deck the Moonology deck's a great example of this. I don't have it in front of me right now. I actually tidied it away, but I had the Moonology deck on my desk right in front of me here. And I was not connected really to this deck at all. I barely used it. It had been in my cupboard for ages. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to get this deck out. I'm going to get the deck out. I'm going to look over it. And I read from it basically every single day that I was sitting at the desk. I read from it. And as the days and weeks went by, the answers get more and more accurate. It got really unnerving. And you do find that over time, if you don't give up, you will not only get better at reading, but your cards are going to get used to you and they're going to give you better outcomes. So honestly, I just really hope that you do manage to overcome the doubt, because over time, it will get a lot easier and you might look back and go, why did I even doubt myself in the first place? I didn't need to. And hopefully that happens for you as well. So, do you celebrate the Sabbats when it's easiest / as you're able to, i.e. weekends, or do you always celebrate on the exact day? So for me, this depends on whether it is something like a set date Sabbat, so for instance, the winter solstice, or whether we're talking about something that is more like the celebration of Yule. Because technically, Yule and the winter solstice don't have to be one and the same. They can be different. One can be a celebration of the darkest point of the year, a time where things are going to change for the better, the sun is going to return, but at this given moment we are celebrating the fact that we have made it through the year. It's going to get better from here, we're now celebrating. And then you can also celebrate the winter solstice, which is more of a solar festival than anything else, where it's not necessarily about the winter, instead it's about the returning of light. And so these two celebrations don't have to be done together. You don't have to do both. You don't have to do either. So it's going to depend technically on whether you want to celebrate the exact winter solstice or whether you want to celebrate more of the winter solstice season, the Yule season per se. And so as Pagan Pirate says here, the 3-day rule is often really useful. So I will typically celebrate, for instance, full moons. I will celebrate or I will practice the day before, the day of, and the day after. If you are doing like the winter solstice, for instance, if you are not able or have not been able to celebrate it on the winter solstice, I would say that you can celebrate it a few days either side of it if that's something that you can do. Not everyone has the fortune of being able to go to Stonehenge for sunrise on winter solstice. I wish, right? That would be so cool. But not everyone is able to do that. And so giving yourself that kind of lenience is really useful to stop us from feeling bad, because honestly, we have lives and jobs and people have families and other commitments that they cannot just simply change because there's a celebration that is not considered a countrywide or even statewide celebration. And then also if you are doing the kind of more relaxed Sabbaty celebrations, for instance like Samhain, although Samhain technically now is the 31st of October, I do believe Samhain used to be the 14th of November. I think it's referred to as Old Samhain now. And so dates change, things change. And for me, I find that this time period of Samhain is very much more of a time period. For me, it typically goes from kind of like the start of October to about the 14th, 15th of November. And then at that point, I'll start kind of gearing up for the more wintry Yule celebrations. So honestly, it is very unique per person. Everyone is going to be very different. Oh, here we go. Can you please tell me the name and brand of the green paint that you use on your walls? So I can tell you, but unfortunately it's not available anymore. This green, I forget that it's kind of backwards, is from Valspar. It's a B&Q. It's in B&Q in the UK. It's called Valspar. And it was called Wind in the Willows. And unfortunately, it was one of their limited edition literary paints, but they do a whole bunch of different dark green paints. This is just the one I chose. If you want this paint color, this is brown. It's called Peat Bog. A lovely, like, it's very goblin core, isn't it, to have a paint color called Peat Bog. But this is also Valspar. So both Valspar, just different colors. They do have other varieties though. It's not just this limited edition one. They had like a bunch of others. When writing an intention, is it okay to say keep insert here free from harm, Or does saying the word harm make it a negative intention? No, not at all, because what makes it a negative intention is a negative intention. So unless you are saying that you want to harm this person, and that is the energy and intention that you are giving it, to say that you don't want someone to be harmed is a positive intention. You are trying to avoid harm for that person. So unless you're writing, keep such and such a person free from harm, and then you have the images in your head of them getting harmed, and that's your intention, that's what you want to put into it, then obviously that is going to mix up the energy. But if you are thinking that you want them to stay safe, and that is the energy you're putting into it, then that is what you are going to achieve. You don't need to only have positive words on a petition or intention. It just needs to be focused on your intention, the energy that you're putting into it. Any tips for connecting with new plants? I recently acquired a knockout rose, a prayer plant, and a couple of Hoyas. I'm hoping I said that right. And I'd love to work with them magically. Once again, it's the same as it is with tree spirits. Spend time with them. More than anything, it is about that kind of deeper connection. Spend time with them, learn about their folklore, and then if you get to a point where you feel like you can, ask if you can have a leaf. Just a small little part of them, place it in a little bag, and then have it underneath your pillow, and then it's a way of deeper connecting with them, and they're also more likely to give you their secrets, their information, their intentions, the things they can help you with via dreams, which is just super useful. Do you have any beginner recommendations for someone who is interested in learning more about the Fae? I do. I have several books. I think they're fairly affordable, I believe anyway. These, I will warn you, are not step-by-step guides to working with the Fae. Not at all. They are books that I will always recommend as a way of learning what it's like to experience the Fae before you do so. You don't need all of them. I'd say just pick one, and that'll be useful. So you've got Fairy Legends, the Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, and also British Goblins. I should probably go and get them, shouldn't I? I'll go and find at least one of them so you can see what they look like, and then you'll have an idea what you're getting. So, let me see if I can find them. F. It's here somewhere. Ah, bingo, found you. So, this one. And this one. I know I said I was only getting one, but now I'm getting three. Okay, so these are the ones that I will typically recommend as like a very, very first thing. So we have this one. This is The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries by W.Y. Evans Wentz. I recommend this so much, I should know by now. You then have Fairy Legends by T. Crofton Croker. These are all by the same publishers. They all have this kind of old-fashioned style cover. And then this one is British Goblins by W. Sykes. And they're all varying in age. So this one is from 1880. This one is 1825. And this one is 1911. The language is going to align with the time period. So if you want something that's maybe a little bit easier to understand, the 1911 is probably easiest. And these are very tiny text. I'm not sure if you can even see that. They're tiny, tiny. And they go over first, second-hand accounts of interactions with fair folk across Celtic countries. And then the British Goblins is just in Britain, I believe, obviously. This one's a bit better for font. This one's a little bit bigger. And they all cover that kind of like first, second, word of mouth accounts of the fair folk. And so it just gives a bit of an indication of what working with them will be like. And in my experiences with them, I have found my own experiences to align very closely with what has been written in these books, which is very useful for me because it means that I can kind of cross-reference and see what I feel about a book. But those are the ones where I've read them and I'm like, you know what, I'm really happy with them, and it gives that kind of stepping stone of this is the kind of thing that you might be getting into. I am hoping to do a video on books on fairy witchcraft. I am, however, still behind on my reading, and I really need to pull my finger out and do that, but I've been writing instead. So I've been spending all of my free time writing instead of reading, and that's become a little bit of a problem, so I need to fix that. Okay. So some questions, especially the ones about like Sabbath altars and stuff, I have already answered. So just really briefly, how can I set up an altar or even celebrate the holidays when I don't have time to or the space to? So you don't need to set up an altar. You don't need to do any kind of elaborate celebrations. You can simply, as mentioned before, listen to some music, maybe wear the color of the season, maybe just get outside into nature. They don't need to be complex celebrations. It can just be just a few minutes of listening to some music on your way to work as just an alternative, and it's a way of celebrating, and it's mostly about just acknowledging the changing of the season, the cycle of the year, and all that kind of stuff. Ooh, this is an interesting one. So someone said here, is it okay to purchase a hagstone if you don't have access to finding them on your own? I've seen some for sale from a location that is special to me. Honestly, this one is difficult because it entirely depends on belief. I personally have found hagstones that have been found are more powerful than hagstones that have been purchased. There's lots of belief and folklore and mythology about the idea that if a hagstone is purchased, it loses all of its abilities, it must be given, or it must be found, and those are the two options. But the other way of looking at it is that if it is from a location that is significant to you, then that energy is still going to be there, even if potentially the hagstone energy will not, and that's something that you can still work with. It's a tricky one. It depends on where you are, especially in the UK. It depends on where you are in the UK. Different counties have different beliefs when it comes to hagstones. There's lots of variability on that. So yeah, it really is just going to depend on what you feel comfortable with. I find that a lot of people will get hagstones, or they'll be listed in a way that is a little maybe unexpected. So a hagstone will be with something else, and you've technically wanted the hagstone, but you've purchased the something else, and then the hagstone is with that as a way of passing hagstones from one person to another without having to lose any of that ability and that potency to them. That is an option. But yeah, it's a complicated one, and it is going to depend on what you feel comfortable doing and your own beliefs. I'm a bit confused about celebrations because I live in the southern hemisphere. So the celebrations are kind of like a wheel. So think of it like a clock. So while we in the northern hemisphere might be celebrating 12 o'clock, you in the southern hemisphere are celebrating 6 o'clock. So all of the celebrations are rotated by 6 months. So if, for instance, you're celebrating the summer solstice down in the southern hemisphere, we are celebrating the winter solstice, and vice versa. So essentially just turn that big wheel just halfway round and you're there. Pretty much the answer. So when it's Samhain up here, it is Beltane down in the southern hemisphere. And that's typically the way to do it, to align with the seasons, though it is important to remember that a lot of these festivals, even if they are kind of adaptations and not historically accurate, they are still based on kind of Western sort of ish European weather and seasons. And so if you are, for instance, in Alaska, or if you are in Australia, those seasons are not necessarily going to align the same, because even if you were to turn the wheel appropriately, you aren't necessarily going to line up perfectly with the celebrations that we see in the Western European region. So for instance, things like Ostara is very specifically timed, and even for us here it isn't quite perfect as maybe it would have been in the past, whereas if you are somewhere like in Alaska, it's going to be very off from where we see it in Europe. So just bear that in mind. And some people will adapt the celebrations depending on what they want to celebrate, and some people will fully change celebration dates to suit the region that they're in as well. So ooh, interesting. Okay, so there's kind of two here. Two questions I'm equally excited to read. So let's go with this one. Do you have any favourite wards and maybe the best ways to use them? So I am not necessarily going to go into like super intensive step-by-step guides, mostly because that is being written elsewhere and I don't want to ruin it here. But my favourite wards typically involve batteries, as mentioned, will appear somewhere else if I ever get it done, and usually some kind of anchor point. So I will use these together to form long-standing protective wards that can then stay up for months, years on end. That's typically my favourite. And though it isn't necessarily a ward, I suppose it's still a protective measure, is I really enjoy using spirits for protection, especially servitors, which is really, really useful for this. They can essentially patrol your property and keep an eye out and act as a first warning sign, and so I will use them very frequently to let me know who's in the vicinity, is anyone passing through, is a spirit passing through perhaps that I need to be aware of, and that kind of stuff. Would it be wiser to wait to get better instead of doing magic when you're sick? Will it affect practices being sick, like bad energy? And the practice is making a servitor. So I wouldn't necessarily say it's going to have any negative intention outcome. So it's not going to give any kind of bad energy. But what often does happen when we're sick is that we don't have that much energy. And so it can make us really tired and lethargic, and we just need to sleep and relax and sit down and just rest. And so I personally would say it's going to depend on how much energy you have and how much you're willing to spare, because if you're already not feeling great, it's probably better to wait until you're feeling better to make sure that you're really putting the energy in that you need to be putting in. And so, especially when it comes to making a servitor as well, it's really important to have some powerful energy to get started. That's not to say that doing it when you aren't feeling particularly great is going to negatively impact the servitor. It just might be that you end up feeling not great afterwards, and perhaps the energy you're putting in isn't quite as much as you would like to. But you can always get the energy from additional sources if that's what you need to do. If you still want to go ahead with it, that's fine, and you'll probably have a really successful servitor. It's just about how much energy you have to spare depending on how you're feeling. Oh, here we go. I buried a witch bottle in my yard the other day. I noticed the cork was off and the bottle was exposed only at the neck. I sealed it with a lot of black wax. Is the spell broken? It's an interesting one, because do we have any idea how that cork has come out of that bottle? Generally speaking, I would say for witch bottles, it is better to have something with a solid seal cap, so something like a screw cap, something of the like, so that it's not going to be exposed to the air, and also so that the water and liquid can't get out of it, because corks are completely porous unless they're sealed. So it really is a difficult one. What I would say is create another one and work it alongside the original one, and this could give you a really good kind of tell of how well the other one is working. So if you have two going at the same time, and when you check on them, one is significantly different in appearance, perhaps it is significantly heavier, perhaps the energy is significantly different, and yet the original one, the one that you found open, feels the exact same, even though you've resealed it again, that's a good sign to say that this original one is not working the way you want it to, and so it's a good idea to have a secondary one. Generally speaking, with all kind of protections, I would recommend having a secondary backup just in case. It doesn't have to be the same kind of protection, but just a secondary kind of protection just in case. I recently started practicing witchcraft, and I'm not sure if the deities I'm working with want to work with me. I've tried asking them to come to me in dreams, but I haven't received anything yet. So I suppose one of the main questions, you don't need to answer it. All of these questions, by the way, if I give you a question, you don't necessarily have to answer it if you don't want to, is that why have you chosen the deities that you have chosen? Is it for a set working? Is it because of media? There's no shame in that, by the way. Plenty of people choose deities based off the media that they watch and the inspiration they gain from them. Is it because you felt particularly called to them? Or is it more about who that deity or what that deity represents? Because that's going to be significant. Because if you are not getting really any signs at all, so I'm talking like, I mean, when I work with deities, I get a lot of noise, like mental noise. So I get lots of names and that kind of thing. But if you're not getting any kind of signs, symbols, they're not coming to you in dreams, even when you're requesting that they come to you in dreams, if you're not getting even a single sign that they are there, and you can figure out the signs based off folklore and legend and mythologies related to those deities, you'll find different colours, symbols, animals, sounds that represent that deity, and those may then come to you in dreams. If you're not getting any of that, you can simply say that if you would like to continue to work with me, I'm really open to that, but at the minute I'm going to take a step back and practice alone. And then you'll often find that you may get a response from that, or you might not. And if you don't, then it's probably a sign that the deities aren't pushing back for you, and maybe it isn't the right time for you to work with them, maybe they aren't the right deities for you. But if you're not getting any signs at all, even if you've actively requested them to give really anything, then it might be a sign to kind of take a step back and reevaluate who you want to work with, or if you want to work with them at all. Right, so where I was. If anyone's in doubt of the chat rules and the chat guide, it is on the screen, but I do work chronologically, so please avoid spamming the chat, and yeah, that way it doesn't annoy anyone else in the chat, and I'll get to questions as and when I get to them. At the minute, I'm quite a way behind. I'm getting there, slowly but surely. Oh, here we go. Hi Hearth. What for you personally is the difference between Mabon and Samhain? I experience them both as autumnal and they feel quite similar, but I know they're not. How do they feel for you? So Mabon for me is very much a harvest festival, but it's also the opening up to autumn. That's really how I perceive it. So at Lammas, for me, that's late summer. We still feel like we're in late summer. We aren't necessarily getting any of that autumn vibes yet, but as soon as we get close to Mabon, I feel it. It's like this call of autumn. It's the whistling of the wind in the trees. It just feels and sounds very different. The world just suddenly seems to change for me, and so Mabon and the Autumn Equinox, depending on which bit you're celebrating, very much is different. Like, this season just feels different. It feels autumnal. Whereas when we get to Samhain, that shift is different again. And I think it's because all of the spirits around me are very hyper aware. Everyone's hyper aware. It's as you're walking down the street, I'll hear smaller steps happening behind me that are slightly delayed from my own. And you turn around and there's nothing there, and you realize, oh, this really is the time when spirits are extra wandering around, because spirits can pass through the veil anytime they fancy, and there's weakenings to the veil all over the place. It's not like at Samhain it just suddenly drops and spirits can just go crazy. But I do find personally that spirits are far more active for me around Samhain, and that feeling is what changes. It's no longer just a soft autumnal breeze, it's spirits whispering on the wind, and that's like a massive change for me. So those are the differences in my experience, and why for me they are significantly different. And sometimes I will skip Mabon out entirely because I'm just not feeling it that year, but for whatever reason this year it is intensely strong. Okay, do you have any resources to learn more about other planes of existence, like the astral and physical? Not massively. Honestly, I've only ever intensely read one book on the subject, and I don't think I'd recommend that book. I think I mentioned it briefly in my bookshelf organization. I don't know why I went sassy then. My bookshelf organization. If you want, by the way, I can do like a bookshelf tour as well, where I go over like each shelf in turn, if that's something people wanted, because I know that people were asking me specifically about like certain books. Can you show this? Can you show that? So if that's something people want, then they can do that. They can ask me for that. It's think it's just called Witchcraft. Shall I see if I can find it? Is it here? My W's ended up over here because I didn't have space for them over there. Where is it? Is it even here? Good question. Is it even here? It might not even be there. I will check this side. Oh, never mind. I can see it. I can see it straight away. It's this one. That's it. The one with all the thingies in the top of it. So this is the only book that I've ever read that even briefly goes over it. This book, have you seen this? Look at this. This. I'm not sure. Can you even see that? Yeah, there. This is where all the cover is peeling off the book. I've had this book since it was published in like the early 2000s. It's ridiculous. And it's a very... this is called Witchcraft Theory and Practice, by the way, by Lee DeAngelis. I'm not sure I would necessarily recommend this book based off my memory of it, but I will have to reread it again to figure it out. It's as far as I remember, fairly Wiccan-based. Here we go. So, but there is a section in the middle which has always absolutely fascinated me, and it is called... Where are we? Here. Nope, next page. Where are we? The Second Stage Technique Progressive. Odd chapter name, I know. And this goes through realms of accessibility. So I'll just read this little tiny section here. So it says, the realms of accessibility. By realms of accessibility, I mean realms or places that are other than physical. They are not perceived by the five senses at the perimeter of your circle, but are accessed only, through the tool of imagery, by the doorway of your center. None of the techniques require any form of mind-altering substances and will be accessible if you have utilized true inner control. There are several books available that give path workings in detail. However, I prefer to provide the setting and the framework and let you free fall within these parameters. And so this was one of the first exercises that I ever did. It's a full exercise in here. So the first realm is the 4 parts of the self. The second realm is the astral. The third is the first inner plane. The fourth is the second inner plane. The fifth is the third inner plane. The sixth realm is the fourth inner plane. Seventh is the fifth. Eighth is the sixth inner plane. And then we get to the ninth, which is the seventh inner plane. And then the 10th is the Acacia Hall of Records. And this is the only book I've ever purchased with anything like this in it, basically, that I found. Whether I would necessarily recommend it, I'm not sure. I'm going to have to read it again, but we will see. We'll see how good it ends up being, but that's the only one I've ever found with it in. So, where was I? Oh my goodness, I've just found something that I read earlier. That's how far back I am. Oh no. Okay. Can you please teach a banishing spell that will get rid of a stalker or an enemy for once and for all? Now, the problem I have with banishing spells, especially for circumstances like this, and the reason that you'll find most people don't post them, is because we are not liable, essentially, if every aspect of that working does not line up. And so the best advice I can give is that there are so many banishing spells out there. You can do multiple different kinds of spells in one go, alongside reaching out to the appropriate authorities to deal with it the suitable ways. So you can do something like a freezer spell. This is designed to limit someone's actions, to freeze them in place, to stop things from progressing. You can do a binding spell. I have one on my channel. I will warn you, I am wearing a hoodie that says I am a cat and the quality of it is awful, but I still stand by the binding ritual. I still use it. I still love it. So a binding ritual, this one in particular, is designed to limit someone's negative behaviors, the things that they are doing that can cause themselves and other people harm. And then you can also do a banishing style ritual that is designed to then remove someone from that environment, from that space, from that circumstance, or from your life. And you can use multiple all in one go, as long as they all align with one another and you aren't freezing them in place and stopping them from leaving. You know, you got to make sure you got your intentions right. You can use multiple all in one go to work towards a common goal. I will not be giving any in particular banishing spells because largely they depend on circumstance, they depend on religion, tradition, customs, all of that kind of stuff. But there's a lot out there, and there's lots of spell books, and there's lots of spells that are freely available online that you can give a go. Worst comes to worst, they don't work, but it's always good to work something alongside reaching out to proper authorities. Okay. My mother has been doing a little witchcraft for a while now, and I've noticed that there have been a lot more spiders than normal. Help. Well, if you are in the Northern Hemisphere, that will quite simply be because spiders are currently coming inside in droves. The weather is starting to change and you will see a lot more spiders inside your home. I mean, like, a lot more spiders inside your home. Spiders are very seasonal in nature, and you'll find that we go through bursts of seeing them. Usually you'll get them in the early autumn to mid-autumn, and then you'll also get them as well in the spring. You'll see a lot of them. While spiders do have associations with witchcraft, I think it's far more likely that it is just a seasonal shift. I myself have noticed literally hundreds of spiders in my home, and I think it's fairly common across the board to be seeing them at this time of year, so I wouldn't count it as being anything particularly significant. Right, where was I? I'm somewhere around here. Okay, I always feel peaceful and calm after spell work. Is that normal? I think the reality of it is everyone is going to feel completely different. I feel very calm afterwards, and I think it's because I spend so much time getting into the right state for it that when I'm there, I'm just really, really peaceful. Other people will get really, really hyperactive, and this is often, if it's not caused by anything else, caused by an excess of energy. Perhaps they've drawn a little bit too much energy up, perhaps they've raised a little too much and they're a little kind of bouncy, dead excitable, people will be dead excited afterwards. And sometimes they will mellow out after a while, or they might need to return some energy to the earth. Other people will feel really sluggish and slow and just kind of really tired, and that's usually because they've drained too much energy if it's not caused by other circumstances. And so they might need to get some more energy from somewhere, draw it up from the earth, have something to eat, have something to drink, and then they'll kind of feel balanced again. So if anything, I think it's probably a pretty good sign that you have got your energy kind of in the right place. Hearth, would you please share what kind of meditation you do when trying to astral project? So largely I don't do any meditations. So for me, it's more about setting intentions before I kind of just close my eyes and relax. And sometimes you will fall asleep, and that is completely fine. You can astral project when you are asleep, and you will often notice significant differences to when you are dreaming, but you can also find that you astral project while you're still awake, and so you aren't actually ever sleeping. You are just in this incredibly still state, and then at the end of it you will just kind of open your eyes and you'll be back again. It's not like you have to wake up again afterwards. So for me, it's all about setting that intention before I'd kind of close my eyes and get into that state. Other people will choose really any kind of meditation that they feel works just to calm them down, because the goal here is to allow ourselves to fully relax, which can be incredibly difficult, and it allows us, well, it means that we have to allow thoughts to pass us by instead of focusing on them, which can be incredibly difficult. So really any kind of meditation that is going to work towards that is good for setting that kind of goal. I am somewhere around here. I'm curious if you have any book or resource recommendations for the atheist witch. Thank you. So generally speaking, I'm going to be really honest here, a lot of books on witchcraft are from the perspective of Wicca, and while that isn't a problem at all, it does just mean that we have to read past anything that we don't want to practice for ourselves. There are some books out there that focus on non-deity based witchcraft, such as, I do believe, Matt Oren's Psychic Witch. I've not read it in quite a while, but I believe that one does not have any kind of strong focus on any deity work, which could be useful if you want to get started in energy work that is not from any kind of religious standpoint. But a lot of the time we have to read past things in books, and that is just something that you do get used to doing. Most books in my collection will have some aspect of them that I don't agree with fully for my own practice, but it doesn't mean that the information in the book as a whole is not positive and it is not useful. It just means that that section is something that I will either read past or I will alter for my own magical practice. And that's typically the best thing I can say in that, because there are not a lot of books out there that are strictly going to align with every single person's magical tradition, because books are written through the lens of the author. And so depending on the author's belief systems, it's going to change what the book's based on. And usually there's some kind of spiritual connection there depending on the author. So it is something we tend to have to read past. What are some ways that a person can hone their intuition, especially regarding divination and spirits? I've spoken about this a lot in the past, so I'm just going to go really briefly. It's mostly about recognizing, focusing on, and acknowledging the things that we are experiencing. So when it comes to divination readings, it's not necessarily about going in all determined to get it perfect the first time and struggling and falling to pieces with it and throwing the towel in and being like, I'm not good at this, I'm just never going to do it again. It's about looking at that reading and, as I mentioned earlier, noting everything down, coming back to it in a few weeks, and then seeing what aspects of it ended up being accurate to the real world and taking note of that. And then you may well find that you will get the same draw to certain aspects of the cards, and that same feeling will come about the next time and the time after and the time after. And that particular feeling is the bit that ends up being accurate. And then that's the bit you focus on in your readings going forwards. It's about acknowledging the bits that you've done good in a reading, even if the entire reading isn't accurate, and seeing what you can learn from it. And then when it comes to spirits, same again, it's about acknowledging when we are experiencing something that we don't necessarily understand. That doesn't mean it has to be perfect. That doesn't mean it has to be an exact achievement. You know, we've not seen like a full body apparition or something. But if we experience something like corner of the eye phenomena, a sound, movement, we see something, we don't have to immediately go, oh, that was definitely a spirit. Instead, we can just go, I'm going to note that that happened. Maybe I'll write it down, or I'll just mentally note it. And then the more we start noting these things, the more we start noticing them, because we're allowing ourselves to have the possibility that it could be something more, and then really progressing onwards from there. Right. Not a witchy question, but if you could be a fictional character for one day, who would you choose? Oh no, this is actually really difficult. Oh, there's so many good ones. There's so many amazing fictional characters. I'm kind of torn. I'm torn between two, I think. Mostly because they have very different abilities, and I think it would just be really cool to live in their world. So one would be someone like Ariel. Just any mermaid, honestly, from any well, maybe not any. I'd rather not be one that ends up, caught and put in like a tank. But like just any kind of mermaid would be really cool. But not the one from Aquamarine, because she didn't even really want to be a mermaid, and that was kind of sad, because I thought her being a mermaid was the coolest bit. So any kind of mermaid character is cool. And also, I don't know how to say her name. I'm going to butcher it. Is it Feyre? I've always said it as Feyre. No, Feyre. I don't know. I don't know. From A Court of Thorns and Roses. Her story is absolutely brutal for the most part. But I'm not going to spoil it for anyone. But just the places that she gets to see just sound absolutely phenomenal. And so just for one day, if I get to see like the Night Court, I think that would just be amazing, right? I think a lot of us who've read that book will agree that would be really, really cool. So yeah, I think the problem is there's so many cool characters. You could be like literally anyone. But yeah, those are the two that I'd have to like whittle it down to. For now, I guarantee later I'll be sitting on the sofa and I'll be like, darn, why didn't I say this person? That would have been so cool. Ah. Right, here we go. I was about here. Yeah, I was there. That's the fictional question. Fictional character question. Is it okay to make a specific altar for Mabon and then put it up and take it down multiple days? Yeah, you can adapt things entirely. You can set one up for just a few hours and then take it down again, whatever you need to. Do you think that if a person can do magic on a grand enough scale, it can affect government infrastructure? Interesting. Well, the question I suppose to pose, and that no one has ever actually been able to answer, is, did the coven of Gerald Gardner stop basically the Nazi army from getting to Britain? That is the question, because that is a legend, and it is a story that has been told by many people who were in that coven, in the New Forest coven, was that they did a huge cone of power, and they did a massive ritual to stop essentially people from invading British shores, and they never made it to British shores. And the question is, did the members of the coven raise such a massive cone of power that they were able to literally stop an army? Or was it simply pure coincidence? And it's always been a story that has absolutely fascinated me. If you want to know more about that, I do believe that there is a documentary on it. I think it was done by Ronald Hutton, but I will have to check. And yeah, that is one of those questions where, I mean, technically it worked what they were doing, but is it because they did it, or is it because that was going to happen anyway? That's pretty cool. I think that's pretty cool. And so ultimately the answer is maybe. Maybe it is possible to do something of the kind. Would it be wise to make a jar spell if you're not in high vibe? I mean, as long as you have the focus to charge it with your energy, I don't see why you would need to be at a specific vibration to be able to do that. It entirely depends on where your normal is and what you feel comfortable practicing at. Right. I'm being called out by Luna Wolf. I love you, Hearth. I'm not going to go in depth since I have videos on this already. Proceeds to go in depth to answer the question and give suggestions. I'm so bad at doing it. I do it all the time. When a deity has decided that they want to work with you, how did they find out? How are they aware of you? It's usually about the fact that you are pushing out to them. So everything is basically, this is how I visualize it anyway, everything is essentially interconnected. It's like a web, like a spider's web, right, that reaches out, and you are one small individual speck basically on one of these threads. And if you are trying to reach out to a deity, to a spirit, to an ancestor, to anything really, you want to get their attention. So to do that, you start pulling on the threads that they are also attached to, right? So we do this by calling out to them, by giving offerings to them, by trying to get their attention, by researching them, by putting our energy into them. And by doing this, we are yanking that thread that they are also attached to harder and harder and harder. And eventually, depending on how much they're already paying attention to everything around them, they're going to notice that their thread is being pulled. And then if they would like to, and that they are open to it, they might start pulling back again. And then that kind of connection starts forming backwards and forwards. And most of the time, unless a deity is particularly seeking someone with particular qualities, it's often about whether you are invested in working with them. And it's that kind of, why would they work with someone who's got no interest in knowing anything about them? So we do research on them, we reach out to them, and all these kind of things to aid in that kind of contact. Do you have any books that you would recommend for a beginner. Oh, I'm so glad that you started your journey. I have a full video on this, and I think that honestly the video is going to be more useful than I would be here. It's just called Beginner Witchcraft Books. It's on the channel still. You can't miss it. I'm holding up a bunch of books in the picture, and that goes over many different books that I would consider to be useful for a beginner. They vary from a very readily available books to maybe a little bit harder to find, from traditional witchcraft to energy work and basically everything in between. So hopefully that video will have some useful content for you. Oh, here we go. Hi Hearth, I'm fascinated by Welsh mythology. It's difficult to find good books. Do you think you'll be doing any videos on Welsh mythology and Welsh practices that you have explored? Thank you. So I'm not sure if I'm necessarily in the best place to do that, mostly because I'm no longer where I was in Wales, and so I don't necessarily feel that I am the most useful. However, I can give you a few people that I would recommend, one being the fabulous Mara Starling, absolutely phenomenal. I have had the amazing privilege of hearing them speak, and they are absolutely phenomenal. Just so natural, so expressive, so passionate about it. And I have their book. It's here somewhere. I literally just saw it. If I find it, I will have to show it. It should be in the W's. I don't know where I put it. Oh, it might be over here. It is. I can find it. I can see it. I think it's called Welsh Witchcraft, but I will check. But while I'm getting that, there's also another person called Christopher Hughes. I have some of his books as well, and their books are also just absolutely amazing. I will get some. Spin, spin, spin. Okay, so my chair just span back by itself. Okay, so Welsh Witchcraft and any book by Christopher Hughes. Where have they gone? They've gone. No, but like actually. Okay, I think this one might be by Christopher Hughes. I think. Let's see. Caridwen by Christopher Hughes. So, okay. So, Christopher Hughes. Their books are amazing. I've also had the luxury of hearing them speak. Absolutely phenomenal. This goes over a whole bunch of information about the Welsh bardic tradition, as well as folklore to do with Caridwen. And honestly, Christopher Hughes is really great. That is what the book looks like. Really, really good. Okay, and then we have Mara Starling, who has published the amazing Welsh Witchcraft. This book was really good. I have found that if you already know quite a lot about the Welsh landscape, some of it might be a tad repetitive, but generally speaking, their book is amazing. So both authors, phenomenal. Both are far, far better versed in Welsh mythology than I will ever be. Fully immersed in it. And I'm not even pretty certain. I know that both of them are fluent in Welsh because I do believe both of them have Welsh as their first language, which is so much more effective. If you want to read Welsh texts, you should probably learn Welsh. So, yeah, phenomenal. Both of them, absolutely love them. So, where was I? Oh no, where was I? I think I was... Oh dear, oh dear. I don't know where I was. I'm completely lost as to where I was. I am just gonna have to go from about here-ish, otherwise I'm never gonna be able to figure out where I was. Okay, no, wait, where was I? Okay, I'm gonna go from here because it's the only question I can find that I haven't already seen before. I apologize if I'm missing any, but otherwise I could be searching for ages. What is your favorite witchy podcast? So, I actually don't listen to that many kind of witchy podcasts. But one that I do really, really enjoy is called, oh my goodness, what is it called? No, seriously, has it gone entirely? The Magic Hour. Let me just double check. The Magic Hour UK. Am I going bonkers? Have I completely forgotten what it's called? Oh no. Magic Hour podcast. No, that's football. I'm sure that's what it was called. I'm sure that that's what it was called. Okay, I'm going to have to figure out what's going on with this. I feel like I'm going bonkers. Here we go. Oh, it's not called the Magic Hour. It's called Everyday Alchemy. How did I get to the Magic Hour? Oh, it's because their little picture is called the Magic Hour. Okay, I feel like I'm going bananas. Anyway, it's called Everyday Alchemy UK. They've not published any kind of episode since the 18th of December 22. But it was such a good podcast. I really hope they bring it back again. I really enjoyed it. And every week they would have a section that was like on astrology and like what's coming up in the stars. And then they would kind of go through different things. They would talk with different people and they would go over different books and they just have conversations on so many interesting topics. And so Everyday Alchemy, I really, really enjoyed. The other one that I liked, oh my goodness, what was it? I think it was called the White Witch Podcast, I think was what it was called. I found that one fairly interesting as well. I do tend to, a little bit like with witchy YouTube, is that I tend to not watch other creators because I never want to even inadvertently become influenced by other people's content. So I find that I don't really interact that much with other content on platforms that I use a lot, but that one, the Everyday Alchemy, is one that I have listened to for a long time. I think I've listened to every single episode that they've done and I really enjoyed it. So that one is my favorite, but then I've not really listened to that many. And then what was the other one around here? Here we go. If you could only get one book about hearth witchcraft, which should I get? I will always say the one by Anna Franklin, because to me that is the best one, because she is the one that coined the term hearth witchcraft. And because of that, I find that I always lean more towards their books. And they have a lot, actually, a lot of books. It's not just that one. And I don't know, there's just something so sentimental about that. So if you can get hold of Hearth Witch by Anna Franklin, I would say go for that one. Some other books that I've read on hearth witchcraft are not as much about hearth witchcraft as you'd want them to be, or that I would want them to be. And I'm not sure if that's just because crossed wires, not the original creator of the term, so they aren't 100% on what it actually is, but I much prefer the Anna Franklin books. But that is all, as always on this channel, personal preference. Just personal preference. So, did you do a self-initiation? Oh, this is an interesting one. Now, I'm going to have some unpopular opinions here. I'm just going to say in advance, some people are not going to agree with this at all, but this is simply what I was taught. And that is that, for one, I don't need to do an initiation at all. I am not part of a tradition that requires initiation. I'm a practitioner of witchcraft. I'm not a follower of Wicca. And therefore, I do not need an initiation to be a witch, the same way you would need to have an initiation if you were to join a initiatory only coven, such as some of the original kind of Wiccan groups would require an initiation. And might be a tad nitpicky, but as far as I'm aware, self-initiation isn't a thing. It's either initiation or a self-dedication, because you can't initiate yourself. Initiatory groups would have to initiate you, whereas you can dedicate yourself to your path, but no one else can dedicate you for you. Does that make sense? I'm hoping that makes sense, but that's as far as I was ever taught, is that you can't necessarily self-initiate, because initiatory groups would require other people to initiate you that are already in that group. So I have never been initiated. I had gone through kind of a lot of the process of really thinking about fully joining a Wiccan coven when I was Wiccan. I have to say this every time because people think I hate Wicca. I don't hate Wicca. It's just that I decided that Wicca wasn't for me. And so I really loved the Wiccan tradition, but then I got to a point where I realized it wasn't necessarily for me. And so I decided to not fully go ahead and be wholly initiated into a group. Instead, I appreciate everything that I learned. And if anything, it taught me that it's not 100% for me. So I took a step back. And many people do dedicate themselves to their practice. And so they will have a ritual, for instance, where they will enter into a sacred space, and some people will revoke previous traditions. So it is somewhat common, it has been published many a time, that some people, especially if you want to enter into traditional witchcraft, would put their hand to their foot, essentially, and they will say the Lord's Prayer backwards. And by doing this, it is believed that you are separating yourself from a faith that either you did not have a choice to enter into, or you've decided that you no longer wanted to be a part of, so that you could separate yourself from it and then enter yourself into a new path. Some people will simply have a dedication ritual where they will simply align themselves with their new path and show that they are truly dedicated to following it and progressing it forwards. And you will also find that, especially in groups where so for instance, Wicca now is not just one thing. So it would be initially that Wicca was initiatory only, and so you would have to find a coven or a group to be able to join and learn from. Now there are so many places and so many groups within Wicca and subsects and different types of Wicca that don't have any kind of formal initiation. And so certain groups will have, or certain varieties of Wicca will have, kind of dedication rituals that you can do yourself to dedicate yourself to your particular faith that don't require the other people in that faith also initiating you. So that's another way of doing it if that is something that you are interested in looking into a little bit more. So yeah, it's one of those where I never did any kind of big initiatory thing or self-dedication, because I was already kind of practicing at that point. I didn't have a moment where I was like, okay, I'm going to dive into this now. It was just like a default. I'm just going to step. It was just like walking, just like normal walking. I just walked into this path, and by the time I realized what I was doing, I'd already been doing it. So for me, like, having some kind of dedication didn't really feel quite right because I'd already been doing it. So yeah, interesting topic. Very interesting. And different people will have entirely different opinions on it. And that's the thing with practices like this, is that everyone is going to have slightly different opinions, and no one is necessarily right or wrong. It just depends on what they've learned and where they've learned from and the different traditions that they've learned it in. Right. I don't know where I was again. I keep losing myself tonight in this. Oh, I'm not sure I actually said thank you for this, but thank you, Oh, I'm gonna butcher this. See, I'm already butchering things and I've not even got to the name yet. Coquinadera. La Coquinadera? I really hope that's right. I'm so sorry if it's not. Thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing celebration, and yeah, I'm so glad that you are enjoying the videos and the hot chocolate. So yeah, thank you so much. Ooh, question. Where do you get your tools and herbs for spells? So this is very much variable. So I get most of my herbs from Sons of Asgard in Glastonbury. Phenomenal quality. I've never ever once had a problem. I love everything that they do. So I get basically all of my herbs from there, unless I am growing them specifically myself, which I'm trying to work on the garden. I'm trying, and next year I'm really gonna try hard. And so for now, I get a lot of my dry herbs from them. Absolutely love them. You'll see them quite a lot in my haul videos from Glastonbury. And then as for tools, it's very much dependent on what I feel drawn to. So I will often go to small businesses where I can. I will never, again, I've done it before. I will never again get ritual tools off Amazon or eBay. And I know that that is not gonna be a great answer for some people, because I understand that not everyone is able to go to small businesses. I get that. But I've had a lot of unusable tools from these places because of the energy involved, because of everything that is around it. And so I've ended up with tools that I cannot use in my magical practice because of that. And so I tend to go to small businesses. So MBS shows are a great place for this. So these are mind, body, and spirit shows. They're sometimes called mind, body, and soul shows. They're also known as Stoic events, witchcraft markets. Essentially, it's where like a bunch of small businesses can just go and sell their products, and it's all witchy and all cute and cool. And I tend to get a lot of my stuff from there. So I also sell stuff at these shows and events. They're just amazing. And I will also get from other small businesses. So recently I got an amazing wand. I think it's from a place called the Witch's Cottage. I will have to check. But I got an amazing blackthorn wand. I have not had the chance to use it yet. I got it for my birthday, which I feel like was just a few weeks ago. It turns out it was like 2 months ago, nearly 3. That's scary. But I need to fully have a ritual where I use that because it is gorgeous. And I just find that I like having tools that are created by magical practitioners rather than tools that are created by people who want to make a profit out of witchcraft practitioners. So for me, I will always go to like Etsy. I will go to small independent witchcraft shops, or literally just small market traders who just spend their time making these magical items to share with the community, because I find the energy is just far superior. But it is going to depend on what you have access to and everything like that. So I'm never going to shame anyone for going to places like Amazon or eBay. I just want to say be careful, because not every item that you get from there, especially, and this is going to be really unpopular, but I'm going to say it anyway, especially places like Temu and AliExpress that are apparently, I'm going to say that now, I do not know for certain, but I know of many people in the community who have had their artwork, who have had their designs for tarot cards taken and reproduced on sites like Temu. And while this is entirely alleged, don't come for me, I don't think that's right. And I think that that has the ability to mar perhaps the workings and the readings that are coming from supplies, as if they are produced in working conditions that are potentially dangerous, with people who are not being paid appropriately, and are essentially designs that are taken from other people who are then not being supported by the use of those designs. I find that's really difficult for me to deal with. So yeah, I'm never going to shame anyone for doing it. I just feel like we need to be careful in the community that we are making sure that everyone is well paid, well fed, well supported, and that we are not harming people and the environment in the things that we are doing. I kind of went off on a tangent there, but yeah, sorry about that. This is the downside of it being live, is I have the ability to just go on one. So let's have a look where I was. I'm here somewhere. Ooh, any books on Christian and Catholic magic? I mean, there's plenty out there. Unfortunately, I don't know any personally, but perhaps people in the chat will have answers for books that are specifically on working with the saints in witchcraft and Catholic and Christian magic. It'd be really interesting to see some. I don't have any in my own collection simply because it is not the path that I follow, but I know that there are many out there who probably will have further recommendations on these subjects. Actually, thinking about it, I now, don't quote me on this one, because I don't actually know 100% for sure, but I think that the chaotic witch aunt works with the saints. I think. I could be, now that I've said it, I think I might be wrong, but if they do, it could be worth checking out their content and seeing if they've got any book recommendations that they will work with in their practice, because they're going to have a better grasp of the topic than I will as someone who doesn't work with the saints or any kind of Christian figure. Just random bits of music. It's come to that point again. We're past the 2-hour mark. This is when the random music will typically start. Right. I was here. Do you sense a shift in the Earth's magnetic field, being a sensitive? I don't necessarily sense a shift in the Earth's magnetic field. However, I do feel that something is generally not quite right at the moment. And I don't know if that is simply because of our seasons just kind of messing up a little bit. I am not in like the conspiracy theory world, and I'm not going to go there, but I just feel that this year everything feels just a little bit different, and I'm not sure whether that's different bad or different good. I think it's just different, but I've known that quite a few people this year have said that this year just feels a bit odd. There's something about it just feels a little not quite right. I'm not sure what that means, but there we go. Oh wait, it jumped. Oh no. Scroll. Where was I? Oh no, I don't want to have missed anything. Okay, I really hope I've not missed anything. Oh, I think I might have missed a few things. I definitely have missed a few things. Oh no. Okay. I'm just gonna have to go from here and hope for the best. Okay. I don't know where I think I must have lost a few questions along the way. I must have. I'm just gonna have to go for basically the next question that I can find. And hope for the best. Okay. How should I go about spiders? I'm deathly afraid of them. I see lots of practitioners leaving them be. Yeah, I too leave spiders be, typically, mostly because obviously it's going to depend on where you are in the world. I'm not going to say that spiders can't hurt you and spiders are more scared of you than you are of them. Wait, was that right? I'm not sure. But unless there is a spider that is going to pose significant risk, a spider is actually probably doing you more of a favour than anything, because they're getting rid of all of the annoying pests. They're making sure that your home is free of things like silverfish and other like fruit flies and annoying little things like that. And so generally speaking, the best way that I have of thinking about it, because I'm not scared of spiders, but I'm also not a massive fan of them, is that I will think of it more as, if I can't see a spider, it doesn't mean it's out to get me. Because I think that can be the mindset. It's that I'm fine if I can see a spider, but once I can't see it, then I don't like it. But the reality is that if you can't see it, it's going to be somewhere far away from you, completely different, and it's probably not going to be concerned about your presence whatsoever, and it might actually be doing you a favour. So I'd say, I know it can be really difficult to do it, perhaps just moving a spider from one place to another. So I do believe that if you take a house spider and you put it outside, it dies, because they are not, especially in winter, they are not set up for that. So if you want to like take them out of your bedroom, for instance, and put them somewhere else in your home, maybe a garage where they might be a little more out of the way, less likely to scare you, then that could be an option if you don't want to like have them in your space completely, but you also don't necessarily want to just throw them out. It could be that good like intermediary thing that you can start doing. Right, I'm here somewhere. Oh no. Oh no. I need to figure out where I am, and quickly, I think. I'll go for this one. Do you have actual homes within your house for servitors? So servitors will have their own specific items. Let's put it that way. So they are not like little mini houses or anything, because I know that sometimes when you say like spirit house, I think people think that I mean like an actual like mini house. I don't mean like a mini house. I mean like They all have their objects that they reside in. And like, I think I'll be okay sharing this. I'm not going to give any more information away other than this. I should probably check before I say. But sometimes people will use like useful items as well. Like some people will use boxes, some people will use books, some people will use like jewelry to house spirits that they can then work with at a later point. So yeah, I have like, there are some spirits that do not have vessels, but the specific servitors do have vessels that they will reside in when they are not elsewhere. Right. I was somewhere here. Oh, here we go. I think I've been hearing more things lately in my home. I'm wondering what tips you have on connecting with possible spirits present safely. So my techniques are probably going to differ than you would maybe want to do simply because of circumstances. So I typically know that any spirit that's in my house is there with it's there because it has been permitted in through protections, right? So it's already in my home, therefore it isn't something with serious negative associations to it. Therefore, it might be a little bit tricky, it might be a little bit on edge perhaps, a tad hostile but not malicious, and therefore I can do things differently than if you don't know anything about them. So if you think that you have spirits or a spirit in your home that you are not expecting and you don't have any kind of house protection, do some additional personal protection before you make any steps. Ideally, you're also going to want to protect a room in your house that you can use as like a safe room. And this could be your bedroom. I would typically use my bedroom for this. And that room is not only going to have your protections on it, like you are protected in that space by your own protections, but the room itself is also going to be protected. And this means that no matter what happens, this space is private, it's locked off, it's yours. It means that you can sleep easily, you can do workings inside, whatever the spirit is outside, you can still do that. I then ask servitors, and actually every day they will tell me what's around, who's around, is it something to worry about, what I need to do, what I need to not do. That's incredibly useful because it means that straight away I'm being told, don't look in this corner, don't say that, don't do this, don't touch that. And I am being told what I need to do to essentially limit any interaction that is negative with a spirit that is in my space. Usually they are transient, they will come and go. Every few days or so I'll have like a different turnover of spirits. So that's really useful if you have a servitor that can do that. If you can't do that, then it's time to do some energy sensing. See if you can get a feel for what is around you. Push out your energy, draw it back in again. See what it feels like. Is there a particular energy to it? Like, is it feeling cold? Is it feeling hot? Is it feeling really negative and heavy? Is it feeling super lightweight and floaty? That's going to give you an indication of what you're dealing with. If you have any smells, take note of them. Especially, it doesn't happen very often, but I feel like I should probably mention it really briefly. If you get the smell of sulfur, you are dealing with something that you are probably not prepared to deal with. And so at that point, it's a good time to kind of take a step back into your safe space and maybe consider your options. Because anything that smells like death, like rancid, and anything smells like sulfur, you probably have a demon on your hands. Now, that doesn't mean it's anything particularly bad. It's probably just a lesser/minor demon that's entered into your space, and they'll usually just leave fairly quickly, but that could be a sign that you need to strengthen your protections. Generally, though, you're going to find that it is just a wandering spirit that's coming through. You can then reach out to them. You can just call out to them and just say, hello, this is my space. If you would like to stay here, then I would appreciate if we both respected each other, and just kind of make them aware of that. And then just make sure you have your protections up so that nothing malicious can come through. It's honestly a little bit tricky to give an answer to what to do because it's going to entirely depend on what you already have in place. But that is kind of my process for that. And generally speaking, the protection will deter anything bad, anything with borderline intentions will usually move on fairly quickly once they're aware that I know that they're there. You often find that spirits are more likely to play up when they think that they have not been noticed. This is something that I have found anyway, is that depending on the type of spirit, is if you have a spirit that knows that you know that it's there and it's not getting any reaction out of you, you are not budging on this, you are not flinching, you are not backing away from it, they will typically go, okay, fine, I'm not getting a reaction out of you, I will find someone else to bother. And they will typically go and find someone else to bother. If anyone remembers my story of the spirit in my kitchen that was knocking down all of my kitchen cabinets, as soon as you give a reaction, like, they know that you know and you are scared, that activity is going to go through the roof. Or if you don't know that they're there and you react scared when you figure it out, that activity is likely to go through the roof. So if you ever find out that there's a spirit in your home, generally speaking, don't react. Just don't do anything, because it tends to fuel that activity. So if you have like knocking down cabinets like I did, ignore it. Don't go and explore it. Don't go, oh, I wonder what that is. Don't do anything. Just, if you're reading your book, just keep reading. Just keep reading. If you're watching the TV, keep watching the TV. If you know that it is not an intruder and you're aware of that, then just ignore it, because you'll often find that it will go away fairly quickly. At least in my experience, it goes away fairly quickly. The times when it hasn't is when I've given a reaction. Could you work with deities even if you don't want to worship them? Yeah, I mean, the majority of people within the neo-pagan-esque religions don't really worship. Worship is something that is seen more commonly within the Abrahamic faiths, where we are, as humans, perceived as being lesser than other beings. Whereas for many people, and obviously I cannot and would not ever dream of speaking of for all, but for many people within the witchcraft pagan community, we work with deities, we work with spirits, we might work with angels, we might work with demons. We are not working for deities or worshipping deities. We are connecting with, forming relationships with. And I think that is a big lure for people who have perhaps been a part of traditions who are not quite so lenient with that, where it is about worship, where it is about revering. It's different in a way. It's a back and forth, it's an interaction, it's not a begging, pleading, it's more of a communication. It's open interaction. So you don't have to worship. I don't worship my deities. I work with my deities. And that for me is a massive distinction there. Oh, that's a very interesting one. And I'm going to answer it now because technically it is in relation to the one that I just answered about the spirits in the house. So someone says, I saw someone mention cigarette smoke. I've not read what that is in mention to. Here we go. Those smells are correct. I find that cigarette smells too means that you need to up your protection but be respectful. So, and then Spirited Dragonfly said, I saw someone mention cigarette smoke. I'm smelling mold everywhere I go. Homes, stores, outside. Any thoughts? Yes. So this could go one of two ways, right? And so one of them is going to be a really simple, mundane answer, and the other is not going to be. So the first one is, if you have mold in your house, when you are in your house and in that environment all the time, you're probably not going to smell it. But if you are going to work and when you smell like your clothes or it's like around you, you can suddenly smell it. And it's because we are in an environment that smells different. And so all of a sudden we can smell like the laundry softener, the smells on our clothes a lot more than if we are in the environment all the time. So the first thing I'd say is make sure that you have nothing in your home, even if you don't realize that it's there, that could be causing it. Perhaps have a family member, a friend who doesn't live in your home, come into your home and see what it smells like to them. Because if they say that it smells like mold, it could be worth checking out that you don't have anything untoward happening in the foundations of your building, basically. However, with that being said, if you are finding that this smell has come out of nowhere, it has absolutely no connection with anything that's happening in your home, as in like you have no mold in your home, it has been checked, all sorted. That to me says spirit attachment. And that sounds scarier than it really probably is. But essentially it means that instead of having a spirit in your home, you have a spirit that's attached onto you and your energy. And so when you're at home, you might not necessarily notice it so much, but when you're out and about, that smell is going to follow you around. And so you may well find that there is a spirit attachment there. You might want to do some cleansings for that to kind of shake it off. You might want to do some banishings, in which case cleanse, banish, cleanse, protect is the order I will always use for that purpose. And that way it will kind of get rid of it. Preferably you're going to want to do this outside of your property so that that spirit is not then lingering within that space, and it allows you to be free of it. And after that point, you will probably notice that that smell goes away if it isn't caused by some kind of mundane cause. Now, when it comes to cigarette smoke, the earlier one, the only thing I will say is that sometimes spirits that are passing through will come with attached smells. And obviously it's going to depend very much about kind of your gut instinct. If you feel the need to put protections up, put your protections up, right? But if I smell cigarette smoke, for instance, I know that that's because it is someone passing through who in life smoked a lot of cigarettes. I will also get really strong perfume if a woman is passing through. It's not necessarily even just a woman. Anyone who has been wearing really strong like cologne or perfume, if they pass through my space, then I will smell that. It's really, really strong, and it will be like a really strong perfume that just kind of comes in and then leaves. And it's not my perfume because I wear the same perfume all the time. That's the kind of thing that I get with cigarette smoke, is if someone is passing through who has had a massive smoking habit, they'll often bring that smell with them. So it doesn't always necessarily mean protections, but it could just be that someone is entering. And then there was earlier that mentioned about spirits hating candles and they never remain lit, and also is giving we give offerings to deities, is that not a form of worshipping? So I'm just going to do them both in one go just before I go back up to the top again. So giving offerings to deities, is that not a form of worshipping? Not in my opinion, it isn't. If I, for instance, want to do something nice for my friend, I'm not worshipping my friend. I'm doing something nice because they are my friend. And so I think did someone actually say something similar to that? Perhaps. I think, yeah, it's like giving presents to your friend. Basically, that's how I feel about it as well. So if, for instance, I want to ask Bridget, I'm pointing over here because this is where my Bridget altar is. If I want to ask Bridget for aid, Bridget needs, in my opinion anyway, a little bit of energy from me to help. It's a bit like how if I'm constantly asking for something from like an associate, if they're like a sort of friend, for instance, I can keep asking them for favors, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're going to do them for me, because if I'm not giving anything to that relationship back in return, it is a one-sided relationship, and I'm terrible at communicating. So I'm terrible with one-sided friendships. I apologize, Phil. I'm really bad at it. I will hand on heart say that I know that I'm bad. I know that I'm bad with communicating. But the same applies with working with deities, is that if you are not communicating, if you are not sharing, if you are not giving to that friendship, to that relationship, it is not going to end up being long lasting, because nothing can maintain long term if everything is all on one side. And that is what I consider giving offerings. It doesn't, the word offering almost has that connotation of worship. So I would say just, it's giving something in return, right? It's the equivalent for me of saying, thank you in advance. I will burn 7 candles for 7 days, like over 7 days, as energy to aid you in this, so that deity is not just working for me on their own, I'm working with them as well. And then the other one that I said I was going to answer before I flitted all the way back up to the top again is the spirits hated candles, and they would never remain lit. My mother had painted a picture of a candle and placed it above my fireplace. It flew across the room and hit her in the face. So this is something that we find sometimes in regard to spirits, and I will just scroll back up now while I'm talking about this one, is that sometimes we have this impression, and I think it happens when people are answering questions as well. I'm sure I do it all the time. I cannot possibly give every possible outcome, right, to and every possible offering that could be given. And it's why we need to listen to spirits when they are letting us know, hey, I don't like this as an offering. And then if we keep giving that offering, that response is going to get stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger until we get the message, right? And this can apply with food, and it can apply with drinks, with incense, with candles, with music. So if, for instance, you are playing music as an offering for a deity or for a spirit, or perhaps even for an ancestor, and then all of a sudden, the music just keeps stopping. It keeps freezing, it keeps glitching, something keeps happening. So then you put it on a CD, right? You've got it on a CD, you put it in the CD player. And every time it tries to play this song, it keeps jumping and skipping and glitching. And so you're like, okay, well, I'll try my computer instead. So you put it on the computer and then your computer crashes. And at that point, it's time to go, okay, so maybe they don't want this as an offering and find something else. It can be really easy for us to be like, oh no, but every spirit likes candles as an offering. But not every spirit will. And so you'll often find that sometimes we have to really, really listen when they tell things. So like if you've got an incense that you're burning for a particular deity and the incense just keeps stopping, like it'll get maybe like this far down an incense stick and then it just stops. That might be a sign that that is not a preference, and try something else. Right, I have this one piece of hair that is just like sticking out at a funny angle. Okay, where was I? I was here. Was I here? Oh, interesting. Okay, so this one is about a really tragic event, actually. So they traveled to Bamberg, Germany, where it was believed that around 1,000 people were punished for practicing witchcraft. And they're wondering if any people that I know of were actual witches. And this isn't a really interesting one because the witch trials vary dramatically depending on where you are in the world, and also the religious control that was had, right? So on the European continent, I believe the big difference and the reason that witches in Britain were not burned is because on the continent they were under the Holy Roman Empire? Holy Roman something. And so they were tried for heresy instead of for, I forget what they were punished for in the UK. I think it was basically just like lying, stealing, attacking. Like it wasn't religious heresy. And so they were tried very differently and they were punished very differently. And so it's a difficult one because depending on the reason they were accused, basically require different evidence. And so in some locations, evidence required was physical harm. Other times, it only had to be the word of someone who heard from someone who heard from someone else. It could just be hearsay. And so it's really, really difficult to tell which people were accused for valid, usually it wasn't that valid, but valid reason, and who was accused simply by word of mouth and because someone didn't like someone else. Now, in the British Isles, UK, however you want to describe it, we do see several accounts of people giving their version of events, basically, under duress to varying degrees. And when we look at that information, it is incredibly accurate to how practice was carried out at that time. Now, a perfect example for this would be up in Scotland, the case of Isabel Gowdy. Now, Isabel Gowdy's case is very, very famous. If anyone wants to learn more about it, you can read the book, The Black Book of Isabel Gowdy, and half of it is about the accounts of those accused during that trial, and then the other half is kind of folk practices that were adapted from trial records. And fascinating book. But when you actually read the accounts of some accused witches versus the accounts of others, they are dramatically different. So some accounts of witches are very simplistic. You know, they are very, this is what you want to hear from me. You want to hear that I traveled on the Sabbath to go and meet with the devil, blah, 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 blah. So I'm going to tell you that, right? It's very obviously, this is what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what you want to hear. Or they will be repeating what has already been said by other people that's been published and documented. So we'll see like a repeating of trial accounts of events that have happened. And sometimes all it would take is one person to accuse other people for everyone to be punished the same. But then when you look at other accounts like Isabel Gowdy's, it is unusual in the way that it is incredibly detailed, in a way that is unusual for witch trials, to the point where it has gotten many a person thinking whether Isabel Gowdy was actually privy to information. Was she just aware of people practicing magics at the time? It's important to remember that during this time, witchcraft was kind of a different thing than how we perceive it today. Is it that she was privy to this information, or is it that she practiced it herself? No one knows. No one can be sure. But the information in some accounts is so incredibly detailed, it does make you wonder, were some people accused actually guilty of practicing some kind of magical art? That being said, though, the majority of people who were accused and punished potentially to the end were perfectly innocent, and they had absolutely nothing to do with anything of any kind. And usually it was simply hearsay. It was people accusing other people, throwing around accusations here, there, and everywhere. And interestingly enough, a lot of people think that it was just women who were accused of witchcraft. On the continent, I do believe it was actually in Germany somewhere. I think it was in Germany. I'm going to have to find exactly where it was. There's one village where basically the only people who were accused of witchcraft were men. And it was just the entire village was basically just wiped out of men. And not a single woman in that village was actually ever accused of witchcraft. So it's just something to bear in mind. We see the witch trials as being a solely like women's only thing, and it's not. Around 25% of the people accused of witchcraft were actually men, and on the continent sometimes it was everyone in a village that was accused was a man, which kind of throws off a lot of movies that we see about it that are just completely factually incorrect. So yeah, that book, by the way, the Black Book of Isabel Gowdy, is absolutely fascinating. It's available on Kindle. I think it was on Kindle Unlimited, actually, if that's something that you have. Right. See, I've answered that question, so I must be around here somewhere. Somewhere. Okay, that was the deity worship question, so that means I've got to be around here somewhere. I find this one an interesting one. Meanings in colours don't change for seasons, but change for colouring books and mixed media. Warm colours for fall, but are there any leaves changing yet? I mean, here there's leaves changing. So like I especially when we see like the celebrations for like Mabon, for instance, because they are based very heavily in Western European seasons, often northern Western European seasons, we do find that they align more closely and the colours make more sense perhaps here than they do elsewhere. So right now here, we are massively seeing this kind of change in the colours. And the ground is now covered in dry leaves, at least where I am. And it's got very much got that orange, yellow feel about it. We're not quite in the reds yet, but we're definitely in the orange, browns and yellows right now. And so I do wonder if perhaps it depends on where you are in the world. Oh, it jumped. Oh no. Oh no. I gotta find where I was again. I only just found it. Oh, this one's an interesting one, and I am not sure I'm fully versed in being able to answer this one. So, in places and spaces that have had trauma or negative events, how can someone heal the land or home? So, I'm definitely not well versed enough in depending on where you are to be able to deal with this, but especially when you have massive events that have severely impacted native peoples, I think it's really important that respect is given back again, and that what can be done to honour the spirits of the land is done to honour the spirits of the land, to not tamper with it anymore, to not cause harm to it anymore, to do what can be done to respect the spirits that are there. Because I know what some people do is they have like a spirit or they have some kind of negative energy in that space and they try to banish it away. And the problem is when you have really intense kind of negative energy in an area that has been caused by severe events, banishing it does not help. In some cases, it can actually make it worse, which is why I think it's generally, at least I would recommend, if you have any kind of negative energy in that space, see if you can sit with it for a time and figure out what's being caused, like what's causing it. Because while it can be a spirit that is just trying to play tricks, depending on where you are in the world, there's many an instance where it will be very unhappy spirits of the land that need a little bit of taking care of. Sometimes that involves offerings, it involves respect, it involves putting things back. If things have been removed or disturbed, it could be a case of setting it back in place again. So one thing that you see fairly commonly in old buildings in the UK is if there's been any kind of burial in the back garden. So we're talking like houses that have been built out of churches. So that's fairly common actually here, is that a lot of small chapels will close down and then they'll be turned into a house, and their churchyard will essentially be turned into a back garden. And so if you were to dig up that back garden, you are disturbing that sacred space. And so it can cause massive upset to the energy. You can piss off so many spirits. And so if that is the case, you have to reset it. Put everything back where you found it, apologize profusely, and then don't mess up again, basically. And it's just being careful. It's honoring the land. It's honoring those that came before. It's also respecting the cultures, traditions, and belief systems of people whose land you might be on now. Because obviously I'm not super well versed in that because I'm here and I'm not elsewhere. So it could be worth checking in with local communities and figuring out what you can do to improve a situation if you are in that situation yourself. Do you have any tips for astral projection, and can everyone do it? Yeah, everyone can do it. Some people will do it automatically, some people will find it is harder, and that really depends on how they are wired. It's a little bit like how when you go to school, some people are really good at math, some people are really good at music, but you can learn to do maths. It might not come naturally to you, but you can learn to do it. Same applies with magic and astral projection. Some people are going to be better at things than others. My biggest tips and advice for astral projection would be to firstly check if you aren't already doing it, because a lot of people will kind of berate themselves for not being able to do it on command, but what they don't realize is that they're already doing it just while they're asleep, and maybe they aren't recalling it as clearly as they would like to. So check that you aren't already doing it when you are asleep or when you're not expecting it. The other thing I can say on this is make sure that you are in a state where you are not going to be disturbed. And I know that this is easier said than done, but people often are scared of drifting off in astral projection. If anything, I find it's much harder to stay out of your body than it is to get back in again. So any bump, any bang, any knock on the door, any loud conversation, any "Mom, where are you?" is really quickly just going to snap you straight back into your body again, just like that. And it will be instantaneous snapping you out of it. And so one of the biggest problems I think that people have is that they are trying really hard to astral project, and they're doing absolutely everything they can, and they're getting there, but the minute they get to the point of astral projection, something happens, and then boom, straight back in their body again. Oh no, I'm failing, I can't do this. It's not that, it's often because there's other external things that are happening, and it can be really difficult in that regard to find a space to do that. So if you can, perhaps try some like noise cancelling earbuds, or just some like, I was gonna say ear stoppers, that's not the word I meant. And then my brain went, ear stoppers, ear corks. I'm like, I'm not talking about like a wine stopper or a wine cork. I don't even drink wine. But you know what I mean? Earplug things, earplugs. Wow, it really was that simple. Earplugs. The like orange noise cancelling ones, just to kind of clear that space of any distracting things that are happening. And then it's about learning to calm and still your mind, because this is another killer of it, is you can be doing all of the meditations that you want, listening to all the music that you want, listening to the hertz that are meant to drop you into astral projection, but if your brain is still thinking of everything on earth, you're lying there and you're like, oh, I've got to remember to buy carrots, oh, I forgot to change nappies, or oh, I think I forgot to turn the TV off downstairs. Oh, I've still got this essay I need to write. Oh, darn, I forgot my English homework. Like, the minute all of those thoughts start coming in, then you're not going to get anywhere. You can't be focusing on the little things in your life. They can exist and they can come in, but then they have to go out. Because the minute you have them and they come in and then you focus on them and it's all you can think about, that kills any chance of dropping you into that right headspace. So practice the idea that it comes in and then it goes out again, and you don't have to think about it in the middle. You can just let it float by, just like a balloon. You just let it go. And that massively helps in that regard. And I find that the best astral projection experiences I've had are when I've been focusing on achieving astral projection. So I've not been desperate to do it. I've not been hoping to astral project. Instead, I've been focusing on the place that I want to go. So, for instance, when I was a kid, it was that I want to be downstairs watching TV. I don't want to be in bed right now. And so I would be lying there and I'd be like, I want to go watch TV. I want to go watch TV. I don't want to be here. I want to go and watch TV. And then when I would astral project, that is what would happen, because that is what I'm thinking of. I'm not thinking, I want to astral project, I want to astral project, I want to astral project. I was thinking, I want to go watch TV. And it's that shift of, it's not about thinking about astral projecting, it's about thinking about where you want to go. So another way of doing it would be that you want to be on the astral plane. And it's less of a, I want to astral project. It's more a, I want to be in this place on the astral plane, for instance. And then you will end up there, is basically my experience of this. And that's a really hard thing to actually get into your head when you're doing it, because whilst you are trying to astral project and you've never done it before, all you want is to astral project. But that focus on astral projecting is actually kind of limiting your astral projecting. Instead, you really need to be focusing on a destination. So if to start off with, start just on the earthly plane. Just think of somewhere you want to go. Whilst you're doing all of the other things, And you're far more likely to get there than if you're just focusing on astral projecting. I know I kind of went off on a tangent there, I'm sorry, but I hope that helps. Okay, this is an interesting question that is going to lead to many sub-questions. You don't have to answer them, they're just food for thought, okay? Can you worship a deity without having to work with one? I'm kind of scared to. Okay, many questions coming. You don't have to answer them, but why do you want to worship a deity if you're not going to be getting anything out of it? Because to not work with a deity is to not actually form any connection with. So you would be worshipping something that you are not actually benefiting from in any way. And that's not to say that you have to benefit from everything, but it just seems like a waste of time and energy if you're not even developing any kind of connection there. And a lot of people will do this, and this is not in any way intended to be an accusation, if they come from a religion where worshipping a deity is the default setting. It's that level of comfort of, oh, I feel more comfortable worshipping than I do working with. And that's not a bad thing. I mean, so many people experience that. But if that is being done simply because that is the comfortable option, then it could be worth actually going, okay, I'm going to branch out a little bit. Try without even worshipping a deity. Try just doing it alone. Try just being out on a limb and doing it as an independent practitioner without having to work with any spirits, any deities, anything like that. And then if you want to, you can kind of start adding working with deities to get a kind of working functional relationship for going forwards. I mean, you can worship deities without working with them, but I'd say that that's a lot of energy, effort, and all of that to not even be forming any kind of connection there. And so I'd say just bear in mind the reasoning why you might be doing it, because it could be worth kind of pushing yourself and branching out if it is because of that kind of comfort idea. Right, I was somewhere around here. I was somewhere. Where was I? I just started dipping my toes into witchcraft, and I thought a good place to start was to manage to center my energy. I'm trying every day, but it's like I still don't feel my energy at all. Any tips? Okay. This is how I was taught to do it. Okay, and this is it's physics, right? Rather than magic per se, it's physics, but it should give you kind of an idea of what that energy might feel like. So, warning for sound, this might get a little noisy for a minute, but you put your hands together like this, okay? And then you rub your hands together, absolutely nuts with it, right? And then you hold them apart and you put them close together and they feel tingly. And you can almost feel, it feels really weird, right? When you push and pull your hands apart, it feels to me like I've got like sticky glue between my hands. And as I'm pulling it apart, oh, it's horrible. It like feels like it's like pulling away from each of my hands as I'm pulling it apart. And that kind of tingly, weird, like weighty feeling is often the feeling that people associate with energy. And so that's kind of a good like technique just to kind of get the idea of what it might feel like. And generally it's going to depend on who you are and where that energy sits. So obviously my technique involves my energy ending up sitting in like my stomach region. That's how it's always worked. But it's going to vary person to person. So if you can't feel that energy anywhere in your body, it could be worth trying to feel it in different plants, different stones. Try going to like a metaphysical shop, for instance, and holding your hands over different stones or having 2 different stones in different hands and just seeing if you can feel any difference from stone to stone to stone. and just seeing if energy feels different for different crystals, different stones, because it might give you an idea of how energy feels to you. Because even if my descriptions of energy don't align with what you feel, that doesn't mean that you can't feel energy. It's just that I can only explain energy in the way that I feel it, because I can't feel it how everyone else feels it. So we can do this with plants as well. Hold the leaf of a different plant, like go around different places, feeling different leaves of different plants, as long as they're not toxic, of course, and just seeing what you get from them. And you might find that some plants have a very strong, very different feeling than others. And that might be a kind of energy that you want to reach out for in your own body and see if you can feel it anywhere when you're doing these kind of exercises. It could also be useful if you have a crystal that you can feel the energy of. Instead of trying to center your own energy to start off with, have that stone in your hand and see if you can move that energy out of that stone and through your body into your core to see if you can control that energy from something else. Because if that is something that you can do, then that is something you can work with going forwards, and then you can develop from there. So, where was I? I'm here somewhere. Honestly, I'm here somewhere. And I'm terrible at finding where I am today. I think it's because I absolutely love it when people are like, they're like answering each other's questions, having conversations. I love it. It's so much harder to see where the questions are, but also it's like really nice to see. Could you redo your Book of Shadows tour? I'm sure I can, yeah. I will probably do it slightly differently this time. I'll probably do like individual books or maybe like different time periods of my practice perhaps. But yeah, I just wasn't happy with like the way the video was set up or like the lighting or anything, so I took it down. So I feel like maybe it's about time that I start adding to it. I actually have a bunch of rituals I need to add into my Book of Shadows, so that's something I might do in the future is like do some like writing my Book of Shadows with me and like doing those kind of videos. I think that could be kind of fun. Right, where was I? Isn't astral projection scary? I mean, it can be scary. It depends on where you're going and who you're interacting with, or what you're interacting with, actually. I've had a lot of astral projection experiences that were really, really nice. Like really lovely. You get to wander around, you get to see things, you get to go places. It's really cool. I've had one, just one, that has not been nice at all, and it essentially, it was a multifaceted problem that I made worse. I will fully accept the blame for this one. So I was astral projecting, yada yada yada, you get the gist. And I normally would come back a different way. So like if I've wandered through a location, unless I'm like within my own home and I'm just astral projecting like part way, if I'm on the astral plane, you would go a different way back. So if you've walked through a woodland, for instance, you would not walk the same way back. You would walk a different route back. I, being the genius I am, of course, decided that I wasn't going to do that. I don't know why this one day I decided not to do that. So I came back the way I came out. And I had an unlocked mirror in my room at the time. Unlocked mirrors, by the way, are not a bad thing, generally speaking. I am the creator of my own problems in this. And I came back the way I went out, and I brought something back with me, and the easiest way for them to get back was through the mirror. So I ended up back in my room again, but this time with a very, very unhappy... The only way I can describe her is like a hag from a storybook, you know, like the grey, like falling to pieces cloak and the hunched figure. Just like, I open my eyes and she's just like leaning over me. I'm like, great. This is wonderful. I like this. This is fun. I've done good here. So, yeah, I basically just had to wait for her to be in the mirror, and then I locked the mirror again. I've not had any problems since. That is the only occasion I have ever had a problem with astral projection. And I am the creator of my own misery in that regard. That was entirely on me. So astral projection doesn't have to be scary. I know that I just made it sound really scary. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it to come across really scary, but like, astral projection doesn't have to be scary. I just say follow some basic guidelines, have personal protection. Always a good idea. Have personal protection on you at all times. Make sure that you have a technique for getting rid of energies and entities that have attached onto you. A cleansing shower should be plenty enough. And then also, if you are walking somewhere in the astral realm, make sure that you walk a different way back. So if you're walking up a mountain, go down the other side. If you're going round a lake, walk back a different route, maybe through the woods, I don't know. But just go back a different way. And generally that also applies to any time you're interacting with spirits. So the general guidance is if you're going to a graveyard or a cemetery, go the other way back. Like, walk a different route back. Don't walk the same way. Do a convoluted loop around going to a housing estate you don't need to be walking through, and then go home. Because that way you've got time to shake off any energies, and it's harder for them to like trace you back, basically. And that's just useful advice in regards to any kind of spirit work. So don't be a me. Don't cut corners just because you feel like you can. That was one of those days where I went, I've never had a problem before. I know why I never had a problem before now, and it's because I actually followed my own advice before, and then all of a sudden I decided to not, and now I've got problems. So, but yeah, one locked mirror later and everything's fine. Right. Wait. The Akashic record. I can't say that bloody word. The Akashic records are real. Many people believe that they are. And so I'm not really sure where I stand on it. I don't know a massive amount about it. All I know is that in that book, this battered copy of Witchcraft Theory and Practice, it is referenced. But I don't know a massive amount about it. And actually, ironically, hang on a minute. I think I've used this book so many times that there's just like sections that just fall open dead easy, and that section is one of them. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I hear so much about it and so many people referring to their experiences with it that honestly, maybe. So, where was I? I'm interested as to what this is. So, Cauldron Born, love your name by the way. It says, Hearth, can you use timelines in magic, and how could you use them? What's a timeline? Like, I know what a timeline is, like in like a movie, you know, like what's the timeline? But like this is like time, one word, lines, second word. Am I missing something? Am I just misreading this entirely? I would love to know if there's something I'm missing, and then I can answer this question. I swear sometimes I read questions and I'm like, I feel like I'm going nuts. I feel like I can't read English anymore. And it's just because when you're staring at so many words, like words no longer hold any meaning. Where was I? Do deities come to you, or do we search for them? Both. Perhaps both. And it varies depending on whether someone reaches out to you first. It depends on if there's someone in particular you want to work with, or if you're willing to just wait for deities to come to you. There's just so many options when it comes to deity work. Oh, King Arthur, was he real? I like this one. I like this. King Arthur is one of those subjects. I mean, to be fair, I don't think... I want to talk about this topic anyway, even if it wasn't specifically a question, but like, King Arthur, was he real? Is a topic that I love. I love the idea of this. Like, is Merlin real? Is King Arthur real? Was any of it true? And the answer is maybe. I think is kind of the consensus that most historians have come to. But if he was real, if either of them were real, King Arthur or Merlin, it's unlikely that they were who we see them being in the legends of King Arthur. So we know that some places are real, like Tintagel. Tintagel Castle is a place I've been to. I have a vlog on it if you want to see it. It was very wet. It was very windy. It was fun. I think I was the only one that enjoyed it. But Tintagel is the believed birthplace of King Arthur. And this is documented in the Arthurian legends that before he went to Camelot, he was born in Tintagel. And Camelot is also a place that we think we know where it is. And I've completely forgotten what it was called. Camel something. Like, camel like the animal. And then there was a different word at the end of it. And there's a big battlefield there. And we know that there was a battlefield there. We've got records of it. And we also think, as far as I'm aware anyway, that at this current time, that is the believed death place of King Arthur. But whether King Arthur was actually king is a very different matter, and we're pretty certain that Merlin wasn't actually a wizard, as it's kind of perceived in the Arthurian legend. There's plenty of records of different figures that could be Merlin, but none of them were wizards, and none of them were related to any kind of king or kingdom. They're usually associated with, like, wise people or knowledge or often the wilderness. So I think the entire idea of King Arthur and Merlin is really, really fascinating. And, like, the entire thing is so cool. But on that video that I did about Tintagel, people were like, wait, pagans actually think King Arthur was real? And I'm there going, but we don't actually know if King Arthur was real or not. The problem is this happened during the Dark Ages, where we have basically no written records at all. So all we have to go off is legend. So legend is usually based off something. We just don't know what. But what we do know is that I believe it was within the Victorian era, I think, that the stories of King Arthur became incredibly popular and they became massively romanticized. So when we think of King Arthur and Guinevere, that is not the story pre-Victorian era. That is just a romanticized version of the story where it was all about knights and chivalry and love and romance and all of this stuff that we just don't see in any story before that point, which I think is just really cool. It's how, like, everything develops over time. Like, all stories and legends grow. Nothing we have now is ever the same. Like, everything is always going to change, which I just think it's just so cool. Right, where was I? Is there a big difference today? I took the word today from somewhere else. Is there a big difference between wizardry and witchcraft? So I have to say, is wizardry even a thing? Witchcraft is a branch of magical practice, and it is gender neutral. This is something a lot of people get confused by, is that witch is gender neutral, witchcraft is also gender neutral, and witchcraft is a term that is used to describe a system of magical practice, or a variety of magical practice, and the term has been reclaimed from earlier demonization of the term witch and witchcraft, because it meant something very different historically. I don't know really anything about wizardry, and I have to say I've never really heard anything about it beyond storybooks. So I'd be interested to see if there is any kind of tradition that goes further than what people perceive to be a masculine version of witchcraft. Because a lot of people think, and I think I saw it mentioned earlier, there's a bit of a chat about it in the chat, that witch and wizard and warlock are not the same things, and that they're like different gendered versions, when in reality witch and witchcraft are just gender neutral terms for the practice of witchcraft. Right, where was I? What is the documentary called that you spoke about? I'm just going to have a quick search of this. Let's see. What would it be called? what would it be called? I have watched it. I can't remember if it is just in the documentary King of the Witches by Ronald Hutton. Let's see if I can find the documentary. There is a very, very set documentary that was done for the BBC. I think it's available on YouTube. Ronald Hutton Witchcraft. There is a version of it that is on YouTube. I'm not sure if this is like the entire thing, if this is just like a bit of it. I think he's done other ones, but it was originally done for the BBC, and this one is called The Middle Class British Man That Founded Modern Witchcraft. And or maybe it was done for Timeline instead of the BBC. Anyway, whoever it was done by, it's by Ronald Hutton. It's Ronald Hutton Witchcraft documentary is basically all you need to search for. And they talk just a little bit about how I think it was in that one anyway, how the New Forest Coven in England fought to stop World War II, which I think is interesting. And I'm sure that I've seen another documentary that is dedicated to that subject as well. And I think there's a few books on the subject. I think Philip Heselton is very well versed in the New Forest Coven, and so it could be worth checking out their works if that is something that you're interested in learning more about. I have one book from them. I don't know where I've put it though. I've probably put it up in there, and I don't really want to try and dig it out. But yeah, Philip Heselton has quite a few books on that subject, I believe. Do you think that if you were born, for instance, on Beltane, that your magic is extra strong on that day? Honestly, no. Do I think that you can have really powerful magic that you can cast on your birthday? Yes, because we are then working with energy that is directly linked to our own. So like you are working where basically everything around you, besides the time obviously, but like cosmically, is in a very similar place. So at least a lot of things are in very similar places to the time when you were born. And so the sun will be in a very particular astrological house, and like all of that stuff lining up is really powerful. Our energy is directly linked to it, so we can have really powerful magic on our birthday. I don't necessarily think that being born on a Sabbath offers any greater significance, simply because that the Sabbats are always changing, right? So what we see today as being the day of a Sabbath hasn't necessarily always been that way. And some of the Sabbats are incredibly new in the grand scheme of things. At best, they're possibly reconstructions. At worst, they might be completely fabricated celebrations that have been created simply to fit the wheel of the year. That doesn't mean that they are bad. It just means that they don't necessarily have any extensive history of practice. And even if we were to be celebrating something that has been practiced for thousands, tens of thousands of years, it's likely not been done unbroken. There's been times where it's not been celebrated at all. And even with things that have been celebrated for a long time, there's no guarantee that they're still celebrated on the same day. And so while today you might be born on Beltane, that doesn't necessarily mean that that date held significance a couple of hundred years ago. It's a very new thing. So I think it's more that you have powerful energy aligning with you on your birthday than it is that the day itself, because of Beltane, is significant. Right, where was I? Oh my goodness, I did not see this. Thank you so much, Judy. Judy Butterfield. I love your name. That is a really lovely name. Thank you so much. Right. Oh my god, I've completely lost where I was again. I'm starting to learn the runes. What's your opinion on them? I love runes. And runes were the first divination tool that I ever worked with, was runes. I got a set of runes. They are in black obsidian. I still have them. and they are tiny, tiny little runes. Like, everyone has said to me, like, will you do a video on runes? And I'm like, I would, but like my runes are so tiny, you can barely see them. Like, the biggest one is maybe, is there anything that I can even hold up to show the size of them? So like this little piece of paper, they're like this big. They're tiny, tiny, tiny. And so I've never been able to really show them anywhere, but I love runes. And single draw readings, just one out of a bag every day, is a great way to learn and develop your practice with runes. It's just such an easy and effective way of doing it. Just have them by your bed every morning, just draw one rune, have some kind of reference that you can go off as to whether or not that rune is correct in your mind, and slowly but surely you'll start noticing that you might get the same runes and you'll start learning about what each rune is, and it'll just become like an instinctive thing. But also, don't berate yourself if you find that you forget what the runes are. I have not drawn runes in a few years now, even though they were my favorite style of divination. They've kind of fallen by the wayside a little bit, and now if I were to pick up a bag of runes, I think I can tell you what maybe like 5 of the runes mean and that's it, because like they get lost over time, memories get lost and all that kind of stuff. Is it just me, but I don't see a lot of tea readers in the community? In most communities where I've asked, I've tried to ask tips on tea reading, except no one is really experienced in it. If it helps, I have an entire video on different techniques for tea reading, if that helps at all. I think the reason it doesn't get spoken about, this piece of hair is driving me insane. I think the reason it doesn't get spoken about quite so much is perhaps because it isn't always easy for someone else to read. So if, for instance, I were to say, I still have a piece of hair. Okay, it's fine. I'm just going to ignore it. I can do that. So if I were to say, this is my teacup, this is what I'm seeing, the problem is that that's based on my own experiences. It's based off my own memories, encounters, things that are happening in my life. And so correspondences are not the same for everyone. And so it's really difficult to go further than this is a technique of how I do it, this is how you can do it too. Because once you start getting into the symbols, it becomes an entirely personal thing. And so I always use the example time and time again, but if someone else sees a shark, they might be really freaked out by it, but I really like sharks. So if I see a shark, it might mean that people from my background, my education, might be coming back into my life again, that something might be happening in that regard. Like, whereas for some people, a shark might be fear. And so that means that something bad is going to happen. We would have 2 very different readings if we both saw a shark, and if I was reading their cup, it would mean something completely different than if they were reading their own cup. And so I think that's one of the reasons why like tea reading is not quite as popular as perhaps other forms of reading that are a little bit more flexible. Okay. Any advice, please? I often get premonitions that happen, but things also come into my mind that's just overthinking. It's quite scary not being able to tell the difference. So initially what I'll say is, I say it all the time, write them down. So the best way to find patterns is to have an extensive array of events. Basically, we want to write down every single thought, every single dream that is coming through. And then we are then able, after the fact, to pick out what was real, what was not, and the things that we were experiencing at any given time. So if when you write one down, you write down perhaps the time of day, have you had coffee? Have you had any kind of things that might influence it? So anything like sugar, coffee, tea, anything with caffeine in it, anything like that. How tired were you? As well as any feelings that you got from that, like instantly. Did you feel really heavy? Did you feel like you were floating off? Like, what were you feeling? And then if you do this for a month, 2 months, you might start to notice that some feelings, sensations, things that you did that day start lining up. And then all of a sudden you start noticing that, oh, it's a premonition if this starts happening. And that might be a way of identifying patterns so that you can identify immediately if something is something you need to pay attention to or if something you just need to let it go and try not to think about it. Okay, where was I? I just have this horrible feeling it is about to jump. What would you say has been your most magical outcome from a spell? As in surprising? Surprising. I'm not sure how I would... See, there's one that is my most surprising, I think, but I can't tell you, which is really annoying. That is between me and my servitor. But I'll go for the other one, which was just how quick it was. I think that surprised me on this account, was how quick it was that I was doing a prosperity spell, and no, I cannot share the prosperity spell because I don't remember it. And I usually tend to give days, at the bare minimum hours, for workings to manifest, depending on how easy it is for something to manifest. But as I blew the candle out, I got a sale instantly. Like, I'd not had a sale in ages. This was right, like, at the very start of my business, where, like, we were not doing well. Like, we had only just started, and I really wanted progress. I really wanted some change. And I did this prosperity spell, and as I blew the candle out, I made a sale. And that was really, really unusual. Like, it was not common at all for me to get a sale. So for me to get a sale as I blew the candle out, I was like, okay. That took me by surprise. And maybe it wasn't the biggest manifestation result that I could have had, but it was one of those like, oh, well, that was quick, which was fun. Honestly, that was a really fun one. When did you start witchcraft? So I started fairly young. I don't give any times, I don't give any ages, I don't give anything like that. But I did start fairly young. It was only though when I started like going to libraries and fully being able to like take out books on the subject, and I would get my mum to drive to like every library in the vicinity so that I could take in a notebook and just take notes from every single book that they had in the library. And I would do that every chance I could. I would go to different libraries and I would take out books, or I would go in there with a notebook, and it was just, yeah, that was great. And that's really when I started like fully dedicating myself to it rather than just accidentally doing it. So I'd been accidentally doing it for a lot longer than I had been purposefully practicing. Oh, yeah, you definitely need to recharge it. Sorry, I read the question inside my head. I need to read it out loud. I'm getting my first tattoo, a pentacle, next week. I plan to use the paint to charge it. Will it stay charged? No. Or do I need to recharge it for protection? Yes. So as with everything, the amount of energy that gets put into it is the amount that it's going to be working with. And so when we're doing anything like tattoos, it's what I always warn people of. If it's not really a warning, but like if they want to get protective symbols as tattoos, or they want to get sigils as tattoos especially, that initial tattooing is going to imbue them with energy. That energy is not going to stay there forever because that's the energy that they're going to be using to manifest. And so that energy will run out in maybe a few weeks, a few months, and then you'll have to start renewing it with different energy going forwards. Do you consider witchcraft a religious path or a philosophical path? Are those my only two options? Because witchcraft is a craft. It is something that I do, something that I learn to do. It is not religious unless you choose to add deities into it. It's actually entirely secular, and I don't necessarily think it has to be philosophical. I think it is a craft. That's why it's witchcraft. Do you have to join a coven to become a witch? No, not at all. Covens can be amazing. They can be wonderful to join. They're often very difficult to join though, and covens are often very secretive. So typically a coven will require it varies per coven, but a lot of more traditional style covens will require you to already have an understanding of witchcraft to start off with. Otherwise, they're basically like teaching someone new instead of manifesting things themselves. And they'll also often require you to be working with that coven for about a year. Sometimes it's exactly a year and a day, so that the coven can get a feel of your energy, whether they like working with you, whether everything lines up. And so to become a witch, you have to study and practice witchcraft, is basically the restriction on that. And then if you want to, you can join a coven or you can stay solitary. The majority of people will be solitary simply for convenience. A lot of people don't have covens around them that they can even work with. So you can join a coven, or you can just practice maybe with a few friends or just by yourself. At this time, I do not want to work with a deity. If I don't work with a deity, will my workings be less likely or be harder to manifest? Is it really best to work with one? I mean, witchcraft is secular. It is non-religious. And so you have no requirement to work with a deity in any way, shape or form. So no, your workings are not going to be less likely or more difficult to manifest. It just means that you're not going to be working with a deity. Many people don't work with deities, or if they do, they'll add them into their practice later. I was working without deities for a very long time. I think I only added deities in, I forget if it was either 2014 or 2016. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. But it has not been that long. It's been at most, 9 years? Between 7 and 9 years of working with deities. I've been practicing for nearly 18 years at this point. So for most of my practice, or almost most of my practice, I've not been working with deities at all, and my magic was still perfectly successful. So it definitely isn't a requirement, it's more of an addition. It's if you would like to, you can, and you can petition them for aid in spells and rituals, but you can also work very powerful, successful magic with just your own energy, with the energy of plants, of the earth, of the elements, of different things, if you want to add anything extra in. How do you know if a spell has worked? I feel like this is going to be a really no shit answer, and I do not mean that in a negative way at all, but you know if a spell has worked if it's manifested, surely. I have a few happen quickly, but others that seem delayed, but maybe they just didn't work. How do you determine a successful spell? How much time do you give it? This depends on the difficulty in getting that spell to manifest. So the honest answer is, how do you know if a spell has worked? Because it's manifested. And if it hasn't manifested, then either it's not finished yet or it's not worked. So generally speaking, it comes back to how many strings have to be pulled and the distance the strings have to be pulled in order for something to manifest. So for instance, if I always use this one as an example, but if you are wanting to get a job, or you're wanting to earn a lot of money, it's far easier for a spell to manifest if you already have a job and that you're working towards a promotion, right? You're doing all the work, you're doing everything that you can possibly do. So getting that promotion is going to be a hell of a lot quicker, and it means that you're going to earn that money probably a lot faster. That same spell used by someone without a job, who has no intention of getting a job, who is not going to job interviews but still wants that big lump sum of money to land in their lap, is going to have a much, much harder time manifesting that spell than the person who has a job and who is working towards a promotion. Now, that doesn't mean that the spell doesn't work if one person doesn't get a result. It just means that the energy just isn't strong enough to manifest that result without also having mundane effort put into it, because there's too much distance between you and the goal in order to manifest it successfully. So if you have something that's going to take a lot more energy, then you're going to need more energy and more time for it to manifest. The other option here is that perhaps it is manifested in unusual ways. So sometimes you'll find that if you haven't worded a spell quite right, or if there's a simpler way of that energy manifesting, it will manifest a different way. So energy works the same within magic and witchcraft as it does in lightning. So lightning is always going to find the quickest and easiest route to the earth. And that route might be through you, or it could be through a lightning rod. One of these is the preferable outcome, but they aren't guaranteed, and it's going to depend on circumstances, right? So if you're standing in the middle of nowhere and you are the tallest thing, that lightning might go through you. But if you are next to a church that has a lightning rod on it, then it's going to go through the church. The same kind of applies to witchcraft. So if you've left too many potential opportunities, too many other ways for that energy to manifest, it will always pick the simplest and quickest way for it to manifest. And that isn't always the way that you want. So we have to word spells and rituals in such a way that they will manifest in the desired region of our life. So what it could be worth doing is either putting a time frame into that working. Say that you would like this working to manifest in 3 months. But if you're going to do that, you need to put a lot of energy in that working, because you might be expediting something that is not going to manifest till it's been 4 months. And you want that to manifest in 3, so you're going to need to put probably far more energy into that working just in case. The other way of doing it is, 1, to check that those workings haven't manifested in a different area of your life or in a different way than you had expected. And then if you redo that working, do a reading beforehand. Do a reading to see if that working is going to manifest. If the reading says it's not going to manifest, don't do the working. Figure out a different way of doing it. If you do that working again, make sure that you target it specifically. Give it a direction specific for it to go, and don't allow it to kind of deviate anywhere else. And then also, whilst you are doing that, it's a good idea to, after the fact, if you're getting concerned, don't express too much concern, but you can always just do a reading and just check up on how that working is doing and seeing how it's manifested. So don't ask if it's going to manifest, ask how well is it manifesting, because that way you aren't kind of undermining your own spell in the process. And generally, if a spell is taken any more than, but it's going to depend on the energy that you've put into it. If you've put a shit ton of energy into it, it could be a year. If you've not put a shit ton of energy into it, then you're looking at maybe like 6 months. If it hasn't manifested by then, it could be time to do a reading and or a different working. How do you use a selenite wand for focusing energy? So this is the way that you use any wand to focus energy, because that really is the point of the wand. So it doesn't just apply to selenite, but you would center your energy, you would add your intention into it, what you want to manifest, and then you would move it through your body, through down your arm, through your hand, and then into the wand and push it out through the end of that wand. And this is why wands are really useful for people who really struggle to focus their energy through their hands. It really is a tool for directing it. So all you have to do is get your energy from your core down into that wand. And then once it's there, then it will direct it out in the appropriate direction. Is there a cosmic being higher than the horned god and the triple goddess? It just jumped, but that is the question that I got to. So I think it's important to remember that the horned god and the triple goddess really only exist in that form within the Wiccan religion, which is not old. At oldest, it is a modern adaptation of earlier traditions. At youngest, it is a brand new tradition that was created in the 1930s. So these figures are not seen in that form in that many other places. Now, we do have triple goddesses. These occur in many different regions around the world, one of the most popular being Brigid. Brigid and her 2 sisters, so there's 3 of them, are perceived as being triple goddesses. Each one, also called Brigid, is a representation of something else. So one is poetry, one is healing, and one is smithcraft, I believe, as far as I'm aware. And these are a triple goddess. You also have the idea of mother, maiden, crone, which are like triple aspects of human life. And there are many, far too many to count, other varieties of triple goddess. These are all parts of their own individual pantheons, which have far more deities than just them within them. You then have other versions of horned gods. So just a few off the top of my head, you have Pan, you have Herne, you've got Keranos. These are all technically horned gods. Many of them could be the horned god that's seen within the Wiccan tradition, but they might not be. The other important thing to remember here is that the horned god and the triple goddess are not always perceived as being deities. So within some Wiccan traditions, they are the deities. But sometimes they are simply archetypes, and in other traditions, especially, I've mentioned this so many times now in different live streams, but especially in oath-bound traditions or initiatory-only covens, they are deities actually have other names only available to coven members. So anyone outside of that coven would hear the coven refer to the horned god and the triple goddess. But inside of that coven environment, they would then refer to these two deities as specific deities, specific named gods and goddesses. And sometimes those gods and goddesses will change dramatically. So there's no real strict answer to this because it entirely depends on your religion, tradition, your idea of what these deity figures are, because there's just so much variety, and even within Wicca there's so many different versions of what these deity figures represent. Some people will believe that there is an energy force, a living force that is greater than everything. Some traditions will not. It's very variable. So the answer to this is there's too many options. So, can you suggest a good book regarding Hecate? I actually don't know of any that I've read myself. But I think one book that has been recommended to me so many times, if I can figure out what it's called, is this the book that I have seen? There's one particular book that has been recommended to me so many times. And it is, it's not that one. This one, Hecate's Modern Witchcraft, Keeping Her Keys. And it's an introductory look at Hecate witchcraft. And that is the book that has been recommended to me a lot. I cannot guarantee that that is a good book because I have not read it personally, but that is the one that I get recommended really often for this kind of working specifically with a deity. So I'll have to get it, honestly, and check it out and see what I think. Right. Okay. Trying to figure out where I was again. I'm realizing I'm so far behind as well. Usually I'm only streaming for 4 hours, but the fact that I'm already at 3.5, and I think I'm way behind on the chat. I'm going to have to speed up a little bit, I think. Is there any way to respectfully move a huge pet grave memorial stone from a previous owner from 1989? I don't want to do any harm, but would like to use my garden space. One option for this is to bury the stone, which is probably the only way I would do it personally, unless you can contact the previous owner. Because obviously if the pet memorial is there might be other things there as well. I would say if you can, burying that stone is a way of keeping it in that space of being respectful, but also acknowledging that time is changing. We see this happen a lot in graveyards as well, is that the headstone will sometimes be buried, or the headstone will be placed elsewhere but still on the property. That could be another way of doing it. Maybe also giving thanks, maybe leaving a treat. Honestly, maybe leaving a treat is a good way of doing it, just to say, I didn't know you, but I still recognize you. So here is a dog treat, or a cat treat, or whatever it might be. Oh my goodness, I did not see this. Gus, thank you so much. I'm sure you're probably not online anymore, but I didn't see it pop up. I'm so sorry. I heard of a technique where you look at a candle's reflection in a black mirror instead of directly looking at the candle. I know you scry black mirrors and was curious what you thought. Yeah, this is kind of a two-in-one technique. So scrying can be done with a candle, or it can be done with a black mirror. This seems like a two-for, two-for-one. And I mean, it sounds like it would be great. I think I need to give this a go. I need to try this because it both stops us from looking at the reflection of the room in a black mirror and also stops us from hurting our eyes by looking directly at a candle flame. Honestly, this sounds like a really good combination. Interesting. Oh, I'm not sure I agree with the definition of this, but oh well, everyone is different. I heard someone refer to a shade as a remnant of energy of an entity who had lost their personality and only residual energy is left. Hearth, what is your definition of a shade? Interesting. I definitely don't agree personally, but that's only based on the shades that I've had experiences with. So for me, shades very much have personality. Shades are so individual, they're so unique. You can meet 5 shades and they're all going to be slightly different, and they're sweethearts. I love them so much. But shades for me are always entities in their own right. So they have never been anything else. They never will be anything else. They simply are. And they all have their own very unique energy, and they can move and they can travel, and they are powerful beings. And so I personally don't see them as being a remnant of an entity that's lost personality and now is just residual, because for me, I've encountered a lot of residual energies. Residual energies are often, at least in my experience, repeating events. They are passing smells that will come at certain times of day, or they are echoes of things that have once been. And in all of my experiences with shades, they are very, very strong and very individual, very independent. They move around, they have conversations. I've literally walked in to literally like a shade gathering. I remember walking, there's this one entryway to the supermarket that I used to go to, and it was super dark, super duper dark. And I remember walking past one day. I wasn't even going to the supermarket, I think I was just walking into the city, and I walked past it, and there were like 5 or 6 shades all standing in a circle, basically just having a conversation. And they fully did not even realize I was there for maybe like 2 minutes. Honestly, it felt like 2 minutes. It might have been like 30 seconds. And then all of a sudden, as soon as they realized I was there, they all just scattered in different directions. And that to me is more than just residual energy. That is something more. And so I don't know, maybe shades are different in different places, I don't know, but for me, shades are definitely more than just residual energy. Right, I was somewhere around here. Oh, that was the question I answered earlier. Oh my goodness, I did not see this earlier either. Oh my goodness. Star Search Reject, thank you so much. I finally caught a live. Yay, I always enjoy these. Thank you, Heart. Oh, I'm so glad you got to see one. So many people actually, I've noticed, have said that they are not getting notifications for live streams, and I haven't. The only thing I can say, if you want to get notified, is to hit the notification bell, and hopefully YouTube will tell you. But what I usually do is I will post that I'm doing a stream. To be fair, I was planning on doing this live stream next week. So the fact that I've done it kind of like a week early, because I wanted to do like a Mabon themed stream. Not that it ended up being that Mabon themed, but still. And I posted this yesterday that I was going to be doing it. So if you ever go on to like your subscription feed, it should come up with an up and coming live stream that you can then notify. You can click notify me. The other way of doing it is I actually have a tab on my YouTube channel. It's on the home page. So below the video that auto plays, there's a tab. It's like a bar basically. And on that it'll say up and coming live streams. And if I've published a live stream to happen in the future, it will be on that tab bar thing. And you can then get notifications on that as well. So I'm really happy anyway that you managed to join, because I see people all the time be like, I couldn't see it, I couldn't get to it. So I'm glad when people get to come. That was a real tangent, but yeah. Where was I? Could you make visions appear in people's eyes? Interesting. And this kind of ties in with, oh, I think I missed one. Hang on, I was going to do this one. Could you communicate with another person through a crystal ball, just like how spirits do? You can communicate with people via dreams, but not necessarily through like visions and crystal balls while they're awake. I don't think anyway, not in my experience. I've answered that one. Answered that one. Answered that one. This is what happens when I like bounce up and down, is that sometimes I answer questions way further down that I should have waited. Here we go. I've never had the courage to ask, but I've always felt vibes in rooms from what I can only assume are spirits of some kind. Does that mean I'm psychic or just a crazy guy? It could well mean that you are sensitive to spirits and the energy in that space is just kind of different and you can feel that shift of energy. It's also more likely for people to feel it when they are alone, when it's quiet, and especially when it's dark, because all of our senses are really heightened. And so it's fairly common for people to sense these things, but a lot of people dismiss it as being, oh, it's just because I watched this scary movie, or, oh, it's just because I left the window open, that's why it feels different. Like, people often have a tendency to dismiss these things as being mundane, when perhaps there might be something a little more to them. Right, where? I feel like the phrase "where was I" has just become the phrase of today's live stream. Is just the fact that I am constantly saying that today. But I am genuinely completely lost, as always. I am completely... I didn't get this one either. Oh my goodness, I'm not getting... Normally, I get like a pop-up notification at the top of my screen, but I've not got one. So thank you so much to Hazel as well. I love all the little emojis that have been added to this one. Thank you so much. So... I think I just need to find a question and then figure where I was afterwards. I think that's got to be the plan. Ooh, could you make a realm in the astral realm and then project there? Interesting. So there's kind of two different ideas here that we can imply. So one technique is to do an inner temple. So an inner temple is a sacred space that you create in one of your inner worlds. And it is somewhere that you can travel to, that you can create your rituals in, you can create spells in, you can cast spells and rituals in. It's somewhere actually that I learned to create from the Witchcraft Theory and Practice book. So it can't be all bad, because that is something I still use to this day. And it is a place that allows you to work inwards. So if you are not able to do spells and rituals externally, you can do them internally. It's a place you can go to just relax, to meditate. It's like an internal temple. And then the other way of doing it is to create an astral temple. Now, these are a little trickier to control, manage, work with, all of that stuff, because the astral plane is not solely ours. And so while we can visit the astral plane, we have no control over much, honestly. So with our own energy, it's a little bit like how on the astral plane we can shapeshift. That doesn't mean we're actually shapeshifting in the physical world, but our energetic body is changing forms. We can kind of do something similar with a temple type space. So with our energy, this is often done with like a coven as well. You can create an energetic temple that is then locked and sealed, basically. But you do have to be careful with this, because if anything follows you to and from, you can have things entering your astral temple. And also, it's very difficult to keep it controlled, because the fact is that there are spirits and energies there that we do not understand, and they can do things that we do not comprehend. And so it's really hard to keep them like safe and secure, but they do exist in the astral plane, are these coven or group temples where people can go for doing spells and rituals. It's a lot easier though to keep an inner temple safe than an astral temple, and generally... What was that noise? And generally speaking, I just heard something hiss. Am I going bananas? I might be going bananas. And any time that we go to the astral temples, you have to take a different way back. Otherwise, people start, or things, energies can link that temple to you, and then it becomes kind of tricky. So, yeah, that is something that can be done. The only book, in relation to this, the only book I've ever seen talk about entering the inner worlds is this Witchcraft Theory and Practice book by DeAngelis. I am sure that there are many other techniques and many other books out there, honestly. I'm not sure how I feel about the book as a whole, but that one section is something that I have still been using, and that was one of the earlier witchcraft books that I purchased myself for my own collection. So yeah, the thing is though, it's basically like daydreaming is the best way I can describe it. It is, you are entering into a meditative state, and then you are allowing yourself to enter your secret inner temple. And that is like a visualized, mental, internal thing. Do you remember how I said, oh, I'm going to answer this question, then while I'm answering this question, I am going to figure out where I was? Yeah, I forgot to figure out where I was. So I've ended up just in the exact same problem I was last time, where I still don't know where I am. Great. But here, what did someone say? Let's have a look. Notify me on your announcement of this live stream worked. That's brilliant. I'm so glad. So maybe that's the way to go then. If you are struggling to catch the streams when they're live, when I put out the stream like precursor, it's like this little image that tells you the time and date of the stream. If when you see that, you click the notify me button, it should, fingers crossed, tell YouTube to notify you when I am actually live. Like the minute I go live, it should notify you. And usually there's a few minutes beforehand where I have like the stream starting soon screen, so that you can kind of get everything together for the live stream. But they are posted afterwards, so if you don't have time to sit through an entire stream, they are posted after the fact. Da, da, da. Bum, 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 bum. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. It always happens near the 4-hour mark. I start going a little bit bananas. Let's have a look. Where was I? Oh, I recognize that. I recognize that question. Okay, so I've done that one. I must be here somewhere. Ah, there was the realm inside the realm, which means I have to be here somewhere. Oh, come on. I'm so close to figuring out where I was. Oh, gosh darn. Oh, do you do readings? Let's go for this one because this is the first one I can find. I don't at the minute, no. I have done readings for people in the past. I don't do them currently. I simply don't have the time, honestly. But there are many amazing readers out there who do specialise in that. Astral projection is a cheap vacation for witches. What a great way of putting it. I love that. Ah, see, this is an interesting one. I know I'm way back, but Spirited Dragonfly is saying that they're even tasting mold that isn't there. A morning coffee tastes like mold too. This is interesting in a different way now. I would recommend, and I am not a medical professional, but I would recommend going and just talking to a doctor or a primary care or whatever you have access to, because the fact that you can both smell and taste mold might actually be a sensory thing. Now, I'm not saying that it can't be any kind of spirit encounter, because it can be, but I would just make sure that it isn't something that you are picking up, or that your brain isn't miscommunicating the smell as being something else, just to make sure everything is fine in that regard, because that is something that can happen, is that if something is happening with your sense of smell, it can affect your taste and vice versa. It's just worth kind of checking that just to make sure that's not a cause. before we kind of go straight on to thinking that it's spiritual. Where can I find more information about Ceridwen? I would recommend the book Ceridwen by Christopher Hughes. I've got it in this big stack. It's called Ceridwen by Christopher Hughes. Ceridwen, Celtic Goddess of Inspiration by Christopher Hughes. Christopher spelt with a K. It is a honestly, Christopher is just a phenomenal author. I say that like I know him personally. I have met him once at an event and the talk was amazing. If anyone went to Witchcraft Midlands last year, not this year, last year, Christopher Hughes was phenomenal, absolutely amazing. And then I had the great fortune of listening to Mara Starling talk at this year's Witchfest, and also absolutely amazing. So honestly, for any Welsh witchcraft books, Mara Starling or Christopher Hughes are just amazing. Oh goodness, I have things that have been split into multiples, I think. That's number 3 of 3. If that's number 3 of 3, then I've missed 2. Oh goodness. I could be clicking back for a very long time. I apologize, I've missed this one. I still have not found part 2. Okay, I'm gonna lose myself entirely, I think, if I go too far backwards. Interesting. Okay. I'm just going to have to go forwards, I think, because I will just have completely missed that one. Well, this is interesting. What do you think? I'm going to do this one now while I'm trying to find out where I was. What do you think you were in a past life? I find the subject of former lives fascinating. I will be brutally honest with past lives. I will probably have been a farmer's wife, or a merchant, or I'll have worked in a factory, or I will have been in the workhouse probably. Brutal honesty with past life regression and past lives is that a lot of past life regressionists like telling people that they were Cleopatra in a past life. And the reality is that how many Cleopatras could you have been in a past life? Like, people go to past life regressionists hoping to be told that they were a king or a great witch or a powerful figure in history. Oh, I want to be Cleopatra. Oh, I want to be Marilyn Monroe. And the reality is that the majority of people who walk the earth and who have always walked the earth are truly insignificant. And that does not mean that they are not worthy. That does not mean that their life and their job was not significant to the people that lived around them, but they are not history book worthy. They are not Cleopatras, they are not King Arthurs, they are not Merlins. And so honestly, in a past life, I will have probably been completely and truly insignificant. I will probably have been nothing more than a barmaid somewhere, probably. And that's if I even had a job, because most women didn't work. So yeah, it's one of those where I was probably something completely unimportant. And I think that's okay. Like, people go to past life regressionists and then they get really disappointed when they find out that they were not some really cool historical figure that they recognize. But it was the everyday people that kept society running, and so I think that's equally as cool. Okay, maybe not equally as cool, but it's still cool. It's still cool even if you weren't like a king or a queen or, something else. I still don't know where I was. I'm still trying to figure that out. Oh, okay, there was the question about readings. That means I must be around here somewhere. And there's the one about cheap vacation for witches. Honestly, I think my chat is jumping up instead of down. Because I've gone past this already, and yet I feel like it's jumped up. Interesting. Okay. Do you have a familiar? I don't have a familiar, no. Perhaps one day I will. I work with spirits currently that are independent. Let's put it that way. They are independent spirits, and they like having their territory, and they like being the ones that you come to, and they don't much want other spirits intruding on their space. And so for now, the spirits I have are the spirits I have. Perhaps one day I will add additional familiar spirits in, but currently I have no plans because I'm currently working with some spirits that are really, really useful, and I'm really enjoying working with them, and I don't really want to disturb the peace. So for that reason, I am going to stick with them, at least for the time being. Yeah, I think I need to light a candle for them now because they don't like the idea that they might be replaced. I'm not replacing them anytime soon. Okay, I'm going to have to light a candle later, I just know it. This happens every live stream. I always put my foot in it somehow. Okay. I have visions, almost like videos playing in my mind, like a memory or experience of someone else's life. What do you think this could be? I mean, it could be such a wide variety of different things. Of course, ruling out any, and I do think it is important when we're dealing with these things to rule out any alternative causes, things that might be more psychological in nature. I think it is important to rule that out, and I will stick by it forever that magic is not a substitution for any other kind of medical, medicinal, psychological, anything like that help. If we're ruling all of that out, how to determine what it is very tricky. So we would need a body of evidence. Same with the premonitions that I was speaking about earlier. You would need a body of evidence. So write down everything that's happening in these events, how you're feeling, the clothes people are wearing, the situations, the clouds in the sky, everything. And then we are going to start trying to piece together over time whether we are seeing the same place, whether it is different places. Is it different areas of the same location? Are the people in them the same? Is the environment the same? Are they always happening at a similar time? All these things are going to be really important because then we need to be looking up whether it's something that is happening currently, whether it is something from the past. So if it's a past life, for instance, you will obviously notice that things are different. So you will be able to see a location, but the posters might be showing things that are very different to what they would be showing now, or people might be walking around with Walkmans, whereas before they simply weren't. And so I think it's useful to have this kind of note of exactly what you are seeing, experiencing, feeling, and then going forwards from there. It could very well be imagination, which is not necessarily a bad thing unless it is negatively impacting your life. But as mentioned, you would need to be talking to someone separately to make sure that everything is good and okay. If it is something like a vision, it would usually have a reason or a purpose. So there would usually be something significant happening in it that's designed to draw your attention to it. If it is a memory, you're likely for it to be past life. So it would probably be something that is not aligning with modern times. And it will usually always be the same location because we're thinking that today we can fly across the world whenever we want. Well, not everyone can, and not everyone wants to, but the world is smaller now, not literally, but in how we can travel than it was before. And so in a past life, 100, even 50 years ago, it was quite likely that you weren't traveling the way you would be today. And so you'll be seeing the same landmarks, same locations time and time again. And by using this kind of trial and error, removing of things, checking things, we can kind of narrow down the category that it would fall into. What about being born at 3 a.m? Because that's the time I was born. Does it mean anything? I mean, there's planetary hours that could be significant, but honestly, more than anything, it simply means that you were born at 3 a.m. Nothing massively significant with that. Yeah, unfortunately, in regard to additional typing space, is there any chance we can increase the amount that we can type here? That is entirely a YouTube thing. If you've got any bigger questions, feel free to send them to me on Instagram and I will try to read them and get back to them. I apologize if I don't, because I'm terrible at checking my messages. But if there's anything bigger that you need to send me, then that can be done on Instagram and I can always answer that separately. I have no idea what this song is or anything. Oh, it just kind of popped into my head earlier and now it's here to stay. Where was I'm somewhere around here. What element is associated with healing? My legs are killing me and I don't want to take drugs. Well, as mentioned earlier, I am always a firm advocate of ensuring that we are not substituting proper medical aid and attention and treatment for magic. But typically we would be looking at the water element is typically good for healing, and it's the element that I use the most for healing. But each element has its own different associations with healing depending on how people connect to them and the different aspect that needs healing. Right, where I'm around here somewhere. How would I celebrate the Mabon Autumn Equinox this Saturday? I have work, unfortunately, but I would still like to know. So I have had a lot of questions like this, and specifically I will direct people to my videos on Mabon simply because they are far more detailed than I will ever be able to do here. So last week I published a video on my Mabon rituals that I'm doing this year and spells and different techniques. And then the year before, I did a video about the history of Mabon and different ways that you can celebrate it. So they're kind of a variety of different techniques. It is good to remember that the Mabon is not strictly the same as the Autumn Equinox, so they will have slightly different celebrations depending on the aspects that you would like to follow. Oh my goodness, I'm so glad, Cara. Hello Hearth, I'm a huge fan. Because of you, I've been more comfortable creating my own spells and branching out to deity work. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. I'm so glad that you are feeling comfortable with that. That is the goal. That is my dream for everyone, is to feel comfortable in their magical practice. So I'm so glad that you're feeling that way, and I'm so glad I could even slightly help in all that. Yeah, I can tell it's gone past 4 hours. I'm definitely starting to go just a little bit a little bit antsy. Ooh, that's interesting. Have you read the book Talking to Spirits by Sterling Moon? I haven't. I will note that down. Talking to Spirits by Sterling Moon. Interesting. I'll have to check that one out. I'll add it to my list, though, to be honest, my to-be-read pile is actually alarming. I had to move it. I wanted to light a candle for Mabon, so I have a candle on the table behind me. But as of about 4 hours ago, there was a giant human-sized stack of to-be-read books on that table. And I'm not even joking, it came up to my head height. It was the equivalent of like a 10-year-old child standing on a table in just to-be-read books. The list is not getting any smaller. So I really need to pull my finger out and start actually reading them. That would be great. Oh dear. I really need to get round to it. Do you have a bug a bug rook was what I just said. A bug rook deck. A good book recommendation. How did I do that? A good book recommendation. for working with Bridget. So I have a few books, but actually the one I like the most, I'm actually currently reading. So I've not fully finished it yet. But it's on... You obviously have like the Pagan Portals book, which is like fine, but it's actually this one. This is the one I'm reading. If you have Kindle Unlimited, it's free on Kindle Unlimited. It's called Bridget, Unlocking the Magic of the Celtic Goddess of Divination, Wisdom and Healing by Mary Silva. Yeah, Mary Silva, Marisilva. And it was published last year. And so far, I really like it. I've read the bit about Bridget the goddess and Bridget the saint, and it covers like a whole range of mythology and everything, and so far I'm really liking it. I have not finished it yet, but I'm getting there. Wait, I'm confused. Is Mabon today, tomorrow, or Saturday? Depends. Mabon and the Autumn Equinox are not the same thing. The Autumn Equinox is on the 23rd. It's Saturday the 23rd. But Mabon is a festival that the date is ever changing. People celebrate it typically from the 20th to the 23rd. It depends on when you can celebrate, what you want to celebrate, all of that stuff. If you ever want to, when this stream is done, I speak a little bit more about Mabon and the potential creation of Mabon at the start of this live stream, because Mabon is more modern than I think people perhaps realise. So for me, I am lighting my candles tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, and probably Sunday as well. And I'm doing more of my focused workings around this time, with a special emphasis on Saturday. But because we're doing a live stream, and this was the closest date that I could get to Mabon, or to the Autumn Equinox, I wanted to light a candle for today. So that's why that's behind me. So, where was I? Back up here again. I see Phil's telling me that it's nearly my bedtime. You know that I probably won't be asleep till like 3 in the morning, knowing what I'm like. I'll probably be like writing frantically. Or actually, no, I want to finish reading my book. So I will not go to bed until I've finished reading my book. So that could be at any point between now and the morning, depending on how slow I am at reading today. I'm wondering if you've ever practiced with small spells to develop your experience so that when you need to cast larger spells, you're ready and confident to do so. If so, do you have any suggestions? Personally, I don't recommend it, because if a spell does not have a specific intention, focus, goal, desire, it's not going to manifest. And so I find that if you begin by practicing spells that have no purpose, people can often get dissuaded about magic because they aren't manifesting. If anything, I find it most effective to actually go over every step of a working, all of the energy work, step by step, again. If you want to cast a circle, practice doing it hundreds of times. And that way, when it comes to creating a spell, you don't need to have cast 100 spells. You just need to have done all of the steps that you have added into that spell before. So the energy work that you do in spellwork is going to be the same every time. It's only the additions that change. So if you can do that energy work, then you can basically do any spell. As long as you are confident in your underlying work, then it's easier to manifest. See, back to here. I think people confuse it a bit because the Wiccan Sabbath Mabon is literally the name of the Autumn Equinox. Yes, true. But that was only a name that was given to it in the 1970s for the purpose of a book. Before that point, it was simply known as the Autumn Equinox. I think that's ultimately the confusion, is that a lot of people, when it comes to Mabon, think that Mabon is the ancient name for it. And I think that often leads to a lot of confusion. And also the dates online you often find are wrong. So people, especially books that want to cover kind of every year, will say that the Mabon Sabbath is between the 20th and the 23rd, which is true, I suppose, if you want to celebrate between the 20th and the 23rd. But if you want to celebrate the autumn equinox, then that's a set date. So it's one of those things where I think they very much become separate from the original or much earlier celebrations, because when you actually look up, and I mean, I do it as well, I have videos where I'm talking about how if you are already working with Mabon, the literal figure from the Mabinogi, from Welsh mythology, then now can be a good time to work with them, because so many people now associate Mabon, the deity, or the figure at least, with the festival, that it's almost become its own kind of creation, that there is now a link there, but there's not really any known pre-existing link before that point. It's almost become like its own created festival, which, as I mentioned earlier, and I don't want to kind of rehash everything, is kind of cool in itself, that it's not authentic, and it's not got some great, long, extensive, 1,000-year history of celebrating it under that name, but it's almost become its own unique thing that's taken on a life of its own, which I think is really cool. Right, anyway, back to where I was before I get lost again. There's a rune Ouija board on Etsy. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. People are very imaginative. I think there should be merch with writing on it. Where was I? Oh, it's gonna jump. I can feel it. I would totally buy that. Actually, speaking of merch, my Cauldron Born merch is still available. I've had some people asking about it. It is still linked in the description box of my videos. The sweatshirts, like the jumpers, are still available, and I am going to be working on more different artwork, because the Cauldron Born was really popular and I love it. I still wear mine all the time. I wear my Cauldron Born shirts so often, especially to bed. They're very comfy. So I'm hoping to come out with more stuff. I don't necessarily think it will be this, but I think it would be fun, wouldn't it? Where was I? Oh, it's going to jump again. I can just feel it. Who knows? Maybe I'll do that as like April Fools, and it'll just be up for like one day of just that on a t-shirt. I think that would be pretty funny. At least I'd wear them to bed, because they're really comfy. Like, they just are. I often do that though. I don't know if anyone else is the same. I don't like getting rid of stuff. I'm so bad at getting rid of stuff. So instead, any shirts and any clothes I just don't want to wear outside anymore suddenly become like cozy inside clothes. Does anyone else do that? Because I don't like getting rid of stuff, so it becomes like cozy inside clothes. Right, that was the one about being in a previous life. See, this is what I mean. I think it's jumping up this time instead of down. It's weird. It's very weird. Oh, yeah, so this is an interesting one. In a previous Ask a Witch, you briefly mentioned the idea that you had found when you brought in positive things with a spell, it evens out with small negative things later on. Could you elaborate? Yeah, so this will probably have been in reference with good luck spells. So not everyone agrees with this, and that's fine, but this is just my experience with it, is that if you are pushing luck in your favor, the universe likes to balance things out, right? So this isn't me saying that every good thing that happens to you therefore must have bad things in return. No, because everything ultimately in everything in life will balance out. And it isn't necessarily a balancing out that you would recognize or that you would see. It just, everything has a tendency to even out. But when we are specifically doing good luck spells for gaining good luck for a specific date, so for instance, like a date or like a job interview, we are specifically pushing luck in our favor for a particular amount of time. And luck to me is like a pendulum. It always wants to balance out in the end, and it will swing one way for a while and then gently back to the other, and it's a very gentle thing that is just natural, it's normal. But when we are pushing luck in our favor, the bigger we push it one way, perhaps we might be finding a bigger swing in the opposite direction after the fact. And that doesn't mean something catastrophic. It could just mean that you did a good luck spell for a job interview that lasted for about an hour, and then the next day you went to get a cup of tea and your milk was bad. Like, it doesn't have to be like this massive thing, but I've just found in my experience with good luck spells that it's because we are purposefully pushing it. It does have a tendency to swing back on us, even just a little bit, but it works in my experience in the way, like a pendulum, where it never swings back as hard as you pushed it, and so you'll have like good luck, and then a little bit of bad luck, and then a little bit of good luck, and then even less of bad luck, and then it'll balance out again, and that's typically how I found it. Right. Let's see, where was I? Oh, it jumped. Gosh darn, I think I was just reading a question too. Oh, anyway, Relic of Ages. I did not see this. Thank you so much. Crystal question. What are your thoughts on the quartz some places are selling that have aerosolized metals sprayed on them? Oh, yeah, aura quartz. Okay, yeah. So, I didn't realize it was aerosolized metals. I always thought that aura quartz, maybe it's a different one I'm thinking of. There's one in particular that is essentially gold. It's something to do with gold. What's it called? Electroplated? Yeah, there's like electroplated in gold. Something like that. Anyway, whatever it is. I think they're actually really interesting. I have one in particular. Oh, I can't see it from here, but I know where it is. I've got a goddess on my Bridget altar, and inside the goddess's stomach is a piece of aura quartz. Now, I find them to be incredibly interesting. Some of them I don't like, some of them I do. So aura quartz is one that I actually like, same as aura amethyst. So I have an aura amethyst heart, and I have several aura quartz crystals. I actually really like those energies. I think they're great. Some of the others, not so much. And so I find it to be a very individual feature, essentially, where I will pick up one and I will really like it. I'll pick up another and I really don't like it, but I do find them to be incredibly useful. And I mean, especially ones that I connect with the metal. Some metals I connect with more than others. I do find them to be super duper useful, but I understand why some people really don't like them. What I don't like is people that sell them as natural. I've seen that before. Like, I am the last person to oppose people using synthetic crystals. I don't get the hate of them, because if something is made of silica, I don't care. Silica is a natural material. It exists on Earth in mass amounts. So for me, sand is silica. Opalite is silica. People have a problem using one but not the other, and that really weirds me out. So for me, using like synthetic crystals or synthetic stones doesn't bother me particularly much. What bothers me is when people sell them as being natural, and that is something that I have seen, is people selling aura quartz as being natural. This is amazing natural stone. It came out of the earth looking like this, and anyone who knows anything about stones knows that that aura quartz did not come out of the earth looking like that. That is a completely adapted stone, and so that's my only real qualm of it, really. What is my Instagram? My Instagram is in the description box of all of the videos, but it is _hearth_witch_. I had to add that many underscores in because someone already had Hearthwitch, but I'm going with it. Right. Can witches occur in nature? I mean, we are all in nature, are we not? As in, are they just born that way, or is it passed along from mother to child? So witchcraft is a craft, right? It's a practice. So it is something that we have to learn, and it's something that we develop and understand and study. There are some people who are born into families of practitioners or witches, depending on how they want to refer to themselves, but that doesn't mean that they have any better chance at witchcraft than anyone else. It just means that they're in an environment where they may be taught witchcraft at a younger age than someone who has to learn it themselves. So they might be better off in that regard because they're going to have people who will teach them and share information with them, so they don't have the potholes of being a beginner witch alone. There are, however, gifts, skills that can be passed down. And so you'll often find, we have found records in British history of it being passed from father to son through the lines. You also have records of gifts being passed from mother to son to daughter, going down, alternating through the line. So we have records of that. You will find that the different gifts like empathy, like clairvoyance, clairaudence, are passed down through families, but that doesn't mean that you can't learn it any other way. So you can learn and develop these skills without it, but it isn't necessarily, I don't know how to describe it. You might have an easier time if you're born of a family that has that gift, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't learn it. Oh, good night, Phil. I'm sorry I kept you for so long. I think Phil was like, I want you to go to bed, Hearth, so that I can go to bed. And I'm like, no, I'm going to stay on. But yeah, thank you so much for being here to mod, and I will have to talk to you when you wake up or a different day. Right, where was I? Okay. Oh, I'm near the bottom now. Won't be long then. I'm just going to do the last few, so if you have any last minute questions, feel free to post them. I have a connection to a particular oak tree. It was struck by lightning 2 nights ago. I'm wondering if there's any kind of healing or protection I can do for it. Basically, any kind of healing or protection spell that you can do on a person, you can adapt to work with a tree. Wow, my voice broke then. A tree. Especially if you have some kind of representation, a tag lock for them. So this could be an acorn. This could be a leaf. This could be a piece of bark. Something that relates to them, so you can do that working on them. Generally, though, I would recommend asking first, because trees are very strong spirits, and if they don't want any aid, then they will very briskly reject it. So just check in beforehand, I think, just to make sure that they're okay with you doing it first. Oh my goodness, I did not know that. Sorry, that was big exclamation from me. I don't know for sure if it's true, but I heard that Mary Silver had started using AI to write books since she got about 500 published. I am not going to, allegedly, this is not my words. I have no idea on this. Don't come with me. That's interesting, and it is something to be careful of. I had not realized that, so thank you for letting me know. I'll have to do some research. Let's put it this way. There are a few names in the industry that are well known by some for being ghost written. So that was already a bad enough problem in the community. You'll notice it from a mile off. I'm not going to say specific names because they're all alleged, but you can notice it quite quickly. If you see an author and they have basically SEO tags as their name. So what that means is things that are, oh wow, my candle is suddenly going nuts. Hello. Okay. So basically they'll have popular search terms as their name. So it will be maybe like a popular author's name or a popular YouTuber's name, or it'll be a popular topic. So you'll often see a lot of Harmonies, a lot of Cunninghams, you'll see a lot of Crowleys, a lot of Ravenwolfs. You know my opinion on that, but anyway. And you will see these words being mushed together. So I honestly, even if I gave an example, it would probably match up with a ghost written book. And so what happens is they get people to just mass write these books, even though they've got nothing to do with the witchcraft community, and then they'll post them under a name that is attractive to members of the witchcraft community and make a shit ton of money. So that was already a bad enough problem, but to now know that we have AI doing it is just even worse, because not only is the money not going to an actual magical practitioner, They are stealing content from me, from other content creators, from people who write blogs and people who write books and people who legitimately put their time and effort into things. So just a pre-warning here. And if you are using things like AI as a tool to learn witchcraft, do just remember that AI doesn't come up with anything for itself. It is stealing mass amounts of content from published authors who've put their lives' work into a book. It is stealing content from content creators, people who need to get paid for their job. It is stealing from people who are just posting information on the internet for the goodness of their own heart. And then AI is stealing all of that information so that you can access it for free, which is incredibly unethical at best. At worst, it's even worse. And it is damaging to the magical community and to the academic community as a whole. And so before, you go crazy starting to use AI, because I know it is incredibly popular right now, like it's everywhere, just remember that. Please support actual witchcraft content creators if you are in the witchcraft community. Honestly, yeah, that's something I've seen quite a lot, is people like directly harming the witchcraft community for their own gain, which is honestly just not right. It's not fair. Do you work with the Fae? Do you think they are to be feared? Oh, I do get this one quite a lot, actually. So I do work with the Fae, yes. No, I don't think they are to be feared. I think there's a lot of fear mongering around the Fae, and some of it is justified and some of it is not. I've interacted with the Fae for the majority of my magical practice, and they do not abide by our social etiquette, is the best way of putting it. And so what people often see as being something scary is actually just different, is what I've discovered. And so people think, oh, well, if you say thank you to a Fae, then they're going to smite you. And it's not so much that. Their etiquette is just different. So the best example here would be the thank you thing. It's the bit that goes around the most. So don't say thank you to a Fae. And the reason for that is because they think that you then owe them something. And the reason is not because they're trying to be malicious. It's just that their social etiquette is different than ours. To say thank you is to then essentially be indebted to someone, right? You are thanking them. Well, if you're going to thank me, then you may as well do something for me to show that you're actually grateful. And so we think through a human lens, right? We see the world through our own social world, basically. But the Fae don't see the world through our social world. They see it through their social world. But they are more able to enforce their social etiquette than we are. And so you often find that we become not in control of that situation. And that is scary. A lot of people are really scared that they are no longer the ones that are dominant in that situation. And it is something that we're not used to it. As humans, we are not used to not being the dominant in that environment. We are used to being top dog. And that can be really scary. And I think it's that fear that breeds fear of the Fae. They can be tricky. They can be nasty. They can be naughty. They can be downright vicious. But it's a bit like people. Every person is different. Everyone has a different personality. The same happens with the Fae. And so it's one of those where it's an entirely individual personality basis. But there's general etiquette rules that you follow. So instead of saying thank you, you would just say, I appreciate it. Or you would give an offering, for instance. If they aid you, give them something in return. If you've already done what they want you to do anyway, then they can't hold you against anything. Because give them some milk, give them some honey, give them some of your time, give them some music, give them some dance. these are things that they might end up asking for anyway if you were to say thank you. So if you just do it straight off, then they're not going to be concerned about it. It isn't something they're going to ask you to do if you've already done it. So that's one thing that often scares people. I think the other is also consistency. The Fae are very long-lived and they like consistency. And humans are not very good at consistency. So if you say that you are going to give an offering every single day, you damn well better do it, or they are going to hold you to it in the worst, most uncomfortable possible way. So if you say you're going to give an offering every day, do it. And if you aren't able to do it, then that's okay. Tell them. Communicate. Really significant. If you can't do it every day, then say that you can do it every week and do that instead. You know, communication is really important here. Otherwise, miscommunication happens really quickly and then you end up falling into problems. So it isn't necessarily, to me anyway, that they are to be feared. It is that they are to be respected. And I think a lot of people have difficulty identifying the difference. To respect something is not to inherently fear it. It is to acknowledge that it is not something that we can control. And that is a really scary thought. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Bridge. I really appreciate it. Oh, I love the little, I think it's a Sheba. I thought they were foxes, but I think they're actually Shebas and they're really cute. Do any witches refer to Mabon or Autumn Equinox as Alban Elfed? They do. That's what Scottish Druids call it, but I'm not sure about the witchcraft community. Some witches definitely do. Often it depends on their background. So, for instance, I started in the magical community as being Wiccan. And so because of that, my kind of default response is either Mabon or the Autumn Equinox, depending on what I'm referring to. But if you have come from a background that is considerably different, or perhaps that's more in your cultural heritage, then I'm sure, and I know of plenty myself that do refer to this time period, however some people refer to it, as Alban Elfed. And I think, honestly, that's my favourite term for it. I think it's the most beautiful term for it, actually. You should promote your merch more. I didn't even know you had merch, and I basically follow every stream. Oh, my problem is, right, I am terrible at self-promotion. I'm awful at it. I feel bad for it. I'm a bad advocate for myself. I'm not good at it. So I've had merch. I released my merch in 2021, I think. I don't think it was 2020. I think it was 21. And yeah, I have a full video on it. It's on my channel. And yeah, the merch is in the description box on my videos. I actually need to add more to it though. I need to go back to the t-shirts and add the t-shirts back on again and do a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, I definitely don't promote anything enough. Honestly, I really should. Oh, it jumped again. Do bum 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 bum. Where was I? Okay, I think I was about here. What do you think about working with the spirit or soul of your pet? Many people do. Many people have their pets become their familiars after their death, because then they can fulfill the spirit bit of a spirit familiar. And yeah, I mean, many people do. Some people release them, like from their space. Some people will work with them just as spirits. Some people will turn them into familiars. Some people just have them around the home. There's lots of different options. Do you have any good book recommendations on the Morrigan? I actually don't personally, but I'm sure that many people will have recommendations. If not in the chat itself, then in the comments afterwards. I think my ancestors didn't want me to work with a particular deity, so I didn't. I received that message from a pendulum board. Has that happened to you? It's not happened to me personally in regards to ancestors, but there have been occasions where I will get very strong messages from them to be like, nope, we aren't doing that today. Nope, don't touch that. Don't you dare do that working. I've had that one before. I've had I always use the same wording before my workings, which basically calls on any spirits and ancestors who want to work with me to work with me. And I started this candle working and everyone collectively went, oh, hell no. not happening. And I was like, oh, come on. And they're like, no, we are not participating and we will actively ruin this working. And I was like, okay, say less. I will not do this working. So yeah, it does happen. On the subject of luck spells, how does one show gratitude for a successful spell or manifestation? I don't know who to thank, sadly. I just feel the need to give thanks. Unless you've worked with a spirit, a deity, an ancestor, the only person you need to thank is yourself, because that is your own energy and your own intentions. So buy yourself a coffee or a hot chocolate, or sit and watch TV guilt-free for 10 minutes. Give yourself thanks. Because unless you've actively called on the help of anything else, that's all you. Have you ever read the book Cunning Folk and Familiar Spirits? Ooh. I lose track of the names of books. Oh, yes, this one's in my to be read, I want to get it read. Is this the one that's by Three Hand Press? Is it? Is this the one from Three Hand Press? I need to check. No, it isn't. It just looks kind of different. It looks kind of the same, but it's different. Anyway, it is on my I would like to read list, but I am refusing to buy it until I have read at least something on my pre-existing to be read list. Otherwise, I'm gonna have problems. I'm gonna have too many books, which I know isn't technically a problem, but when you've got a to be read pile the size of an adolescent, it's a problem. I had a dream where I was waking up, a fae was in my window, attacking me, flew into my mouth and bit down onto it. I haven't spent 1 minute reading or hearing about them. Anyone know what it means? The thing is, the best way I can describe this is that most fae are not small, they are not cute, they are not winged beings. So the fact that you've not read or heard anything about them probably doesn't matter in this situation, because aspects of fairy lore have infiltrated into our society so deeply that the image of a fairy is a small cute creature with wings. Tinkerbell is a great example of this. So if anything, I'd say that this would more than likely simply be a dream, perhaps some kind of subconscious warning of some kind, rather than anything fae related, because I have found very, very few fae, I'm not saying it can't be, to be this kind of appearance. Like a tiny, I think I've only seen maybe like 1 or 2 at most fae that are like this. The majority of the time they are substantially bigger, even bigger than humans sometimes in stature. Right, let's see, where was I? What is a significant meaning of offering to a deity? I'm not entirely sure I'm understanding the question, honestly. Unfortunately, if you can elaborate a little bit, that would massively help. Oh no, it jumped. Oh dear. Every time. Okay, I think I was about here. Yes, okay, I don't have far to go then, I'm right at the bottom. Which is good, because then I can have something to drink and a snacky, because I'm hungry. Sometimes I forget that that live streams can be this long. I don't know how I used to do them. I used to do like 7-hour live streams, like 6 to 7 hours. Like I saw a comment. I don't remember where I saw the comment. Was it my channel? Or was it a mention on someone else's channel? It might have been a mention on someone else's channel. And I would kind of just, I think I posted a comment. I think it might have, I don't know. I don't know where I saw it. But someone made mention about the fact that my streams are ridiculously long. And I was so tempted to write a comment back being like, damn, if you think they're long now, you should have been here 5 years ago. Because like my streams were literally like 6 to 7 hours long. at the start, and that is like, I don't know how I did that. I could not do that now. Definitely could not do that. Right. Oh wow, I really am right at the bottom. Whoop whoop. Do witches who primarily work with animals have a specific title? I mean, some people might refer to them as animal witches, but the thing is titles are descriptors of practice more than boxes. So if you would like to be referred to as an animal witch, then that's something you can refer to yourself as. It is very descriptive. It is something that you can use to share your practice with other people, which helps. So yeah, I mean, I don't see why you couldn't use something like that. Would you want to collab with an illustrator for the cover or inside illustrations of your future book? Yeah, probably. I mean, I have some illustrations that I've already done. I'm not set on whether or not I want to use them or not. At the minute, I'm not even set if I want illustrations inside the book. It's a difficult one because like I like the way they look, but also they can sometimes be distracting and maybe not useful. But definitely for the cover, I'm not doing it myself. I definitely wouldn't be skilled enough to do anything like that, which is definitely the realm of a professional, I think. Oh my god, you do art too, what can't you do? I am a jack of all trades, but a master of none. I am not ever particularly good at any one thing, which is typically the problem if you kind of do everything. Let's have a look. What do you think about making plants into wards? Yeah, very effective, especially plants that have significant properties of that kind are incredibly useful. They also make really good warning signs of if anything is harming your wards because they'll often start wilting or dying. So that is a good thing if you do have a particularly green thumb. I'm so excited for that book. Oh my god. I have so many plans. Well, what happened was I started writing one and then I went, oh no, this is too big of a chapter. I can't put it in this book. So then I started another one and then I went, oh, but if I'm going to put this in this one, then I need a precursor. So then I started another one and then I went, oh, I have this idea. So then I started another one. And the problem I've got is that I've got maybe like 6 all being done at the same time. So I've had to pick one and stick to it. And I'm wondering if I can actually get through any amount of it before I decide to switch to a different one because I got bored. That's my problem. So I need like a driving force. I need like a deadline. I need something. I hate deadlines, but if I don't have a deadline, I physically cannot function. So I feel like I need to kind of have something to look forward to. For people who are visual, pictures help a lot and are supportive and surely not distracting. I don't know, I find that there tends to be like a 50-50 split. I see books with pictures in and people are like, oh, I hate the fact that it's got pictures in, it makes it look childish. I don't like pictures, they're distracting. And then I get the other half of people where they're like, oh, no, I definitely want pictures. So I'm not sure. I do personally like books with illustrations in, personally. So I don't know, I think it would be really cool to include them in one. Maybe I'll try it in one and then we'll see how it goes. I'm saying this as though I'm ever going to get it done. Like, people have been asking me for a book for the last 5 years and I'm still here. Still, every live stream, people are like, have you finished it yet? I'm like, So, well, this happened and I got distracted and then I started another one and then I got 40,000 words in and then I got distracted and then I started another one. And this is like, this is what happens every time. Every time. So, what do we have here before I end up diving into book talk? Let's have a look. I saw a tiny spirit when I was little. It looked like an old man with a stalking cap. Do you think that was a fairy? I mean, it may well have been. That look is relatively commonly mentioned, actually. The idea of it very small, but also very not Tinkerbelly. Like, elderly looking doesn't necessarily mean that they are, but yeah, that sounds very familiar to a lot of encounters. What should I do to prepare for my first astral travel, even if it's a guided meditation? Are guided meditations astral travel? No, they're guided meditations. So I've massively spoken about this topic earlier, so I don't want to go too much into it. I know I probably will anyway. A guided meditation is an internal travel inside your own mind, right? You're imagining pictures, you are seeing things as it's taking you through it. Astral projection is the separation of your astral energetic body out of your physical body so that you can yourself traverse the spiritual planes or the astral plane. It is external to the self, whereas a guided meditation is entirely up here and astral projection is entirely out there. It's everything that's happening out here. You don't have any control over the astral realm, and it's one of the biggest dividers, basically, between something that's happening internally and something that's happening externally. If you are on a guided meditation and you want to change the scenery, you can change the scenery because it's something that you are creating mentally. If you are in the astral realm and you want to change your location, you have to walk. Or fly if you want to shapeshift in your energy field into something else. But you still have to get there. You can't just like click your fingers and change the scenery because you don't control the scenery. You can only control yourself in the astral plane. So that's really the biggest difference there. And then the biggest preparations for it would be personal protections, I'd say. It means that your physical body is safe. It means that your energetic body is safe. It's just useful all round because there's all kinds of spirits on the astral plane that people might not be expecting to encounter. Oh, we have the sound of music again. So potentially if your plant ward goes weak with a care for plant, can you physically restore its metaphysical properties? What do you think? Yeah, so if your ward plant is starting to fail, that usually means that there's not enough energy going into that because the ward is using the plant as a battery. So you would need to substitute that plant's energy for something else. Otherwise, either the plant's going to die or the ward's going to fail. Those are the two options, perhaps both in one go. So if you're going to use a plant as the ward, like as the attachment for it, I'd recommend having an external source of energy just so the plant doesn't die as well. Or you can use that plant and attach that plant into that working as kind of a primary warning sign of if the plant starts fading, then you know that the ward is fading too. What is the waxing crescent moon? So the waxing phase is when the moon is growing in size. So the best way I can describe it is wax on, wax off. Right, so to wax on, you are putting things on. You're making everything waxed. This is a stupid analogy. But you're going from the new moon to the full moon. So you are adding things in. And then the waning moon is when that energy is waning, which is from the full moon to the new moon. And then you wax on again, and then you wane off, and then you wax on again, and then you wane off. That's how I remember it. And it works for me. But yeah, so it's when the energy is growing, building. It's great for attracting abundance, prosperity, starting spells and getting some manifestation going before the full moon. And then the waning phase is when things are fading and you want to start kind of getting rid of energies, cleansing and banishings and all that kind of stuff. Oh, it jumped again. It was laughing at me kind of mean. Yeah, that sounds exactly like a fae. So I think you may well have encountered one, honestly. You have to write 2 books now, one with pictures and one without. Oh my goodness, that would be something, wouldn't it? How many witches here actually celebrate Christmas? Honestly, I think a lot of people, if they've been brought up with Christmas as their primary year celebration, continue it even after they practice witchcraft. I think it tends to be that we stick with the traditions that we have always had. We simply add to them. Righty-ho. I think I'm going to call it a night tonight. I have been doing this for way longer than I thought. My streams are never normally 5 hours. They're usually just shy of 4. This one's just shy of 5. So thank you so much to everyone who's been here tonight. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoy them, please give them a like. It means a lot to me. I know I said on my last stream that one of my next videos would be a tarot walkthrough of all of my tarot cards and oracle cards. I postponed that so that I could do the lives tonight. That video will be up not tomorrow night, bloody hell, no, next week. That one will be up next week. So, yeah, I'm going to get back to my writing now. I'm going to have a snack and get back into that so that I don't stall this time, so that I can say that I made progress on the next stream when people inevitably ask again and I have to go through the embarrassment of going, well, no. So I'm hoping that I can make progress. So thank you so much to my amazing mods. I know that Phil and probably many others that I absolutely missed, actually. I feel bad. I've already gone to sleep. But thank you so much to Iz, who has stuck it out all the way to the very end. Honestly, thank you for all of your support. And thank you everyone who is lovely to my mods and kind and helps to also help mod the stream in their own way. That really means a lot as well. I will do another one of these streams next month. So you'll see that popping up on my channel in about 4 weeks. And yeah, stay safe, everyone. I've got a new video coming out next week. Have a marvellous magical day. Enjoy your Autumn Equinox celebrations on the 23rd, which is unusual. Usually it's not the 23rd. Usually it's sooner than that. And I will see you in the next video. Okay, oh, and this will be up afterwards, by the way, so if you've missed some of it, it will be up in a few hours tomorrow morning. I'm not sure whenever it's processed. Okay. Have a good night, everyone, and I will see you soon.